A very good afternoon to you tuned into UBC TV. It's me, Michael Jordan Lukomwa, coming in with our lunchtime news this Wednesday, the 30th of August, 2023. In a first story this afternoon, in the Albertine region, the police have apprehended 5 security guards affiliated with Pyramid Security Company on suspicion of shooting at the State Minister for Lands. This follows last week's incident in Rabonyonyi village, Buraru Sub-County, Hoima district, where the minister had been present to mediate between local residents and Fred Mugamba, a land owner.
Albertine Region Police has identified the suspects as Vincent Omara, 28, Vincent Tusingire, 26, Clophas Kasime, 22, Gad Maniriho, 42, and Abekan Robert, 22, all residents of Rabonyonyi village. The suspects are presented under arrest at the Hoima District Central Police Station in Chitoba Sub-County. The firearms used in the shooting incident have been seized as evidence. The police have filed charges of threatening violence against the suspects, and the case file has been forwarded to the resident state attorney for legal guidance. Hakiza has advised supervisors of security companies in the region to regularly brief their guards about their responsibilities and proper conduct. The land dispute in question has persisted for 2 decades, with tensions escalating last year following the killing of 2 individuals employed by Fred Mugamba, the alleged landowner. The legal process is now underway and investigations continue.
The Resident District Commissioner of Tororo, Nixon Owole, has urged leaders of faith-based organizations to incorporate the dissemination of government programs related to socio-economic transformation alongside their religious messages. He emphasized that this approach would facilitate a better understanding of concepts aimed at combating household poverty within communities. The RDC commended the Tororo-based Pentecostal Outreach Ministries International Church under the leadership of Bishop Dr. Giradol Olokol for actively promoting initiatives like the parish development model, which plays a significant role in the fight against household poverty. This was during an international conference held in Tororo, attended by believers from various countries, including the UK, Burundi, Kenya, Tanzania, among others.
This is the servant of God. Yes, yes. God, this is your servant. Don't let your servant down.
As I mentioned, during the time of COVID, they helped the community a lot by feeding them through this operation. Right now, they are also helping in preparing for homes and also teaching poverty alleviation, how people can get out of poverty, how people should take advantage of the prevailing peace and security, and take advantage of the government programs, poverty alleviation.
Because I'm working hard to see the government of Uganda is progressing all the corners. That's my prayers. And I'm praying for all the people who are watching this TV today. I want to tell you, this government, present government, God is the one who brought this government to this nation of Uganda. I have gone through many regimes, many governments. No government has been doing great things like this one.
UBC Lunchtime News. Parliament wants government to expedite the implementation of the strategic plan to relocate all government ministries, departments and agencies to Webaja as means of decreasing expenditure on renting office premises. This is contained in the 16 recommendations in the report of the Parliament Sectorial Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry on the utilization of supplementary budget for 2021-22 to the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives to rent new office premises. The committee also tasked the Inspectorate of Government to investigate the former Permanent Secretary Grace Adong Choda for initiating the supplementary outside the relevant procedures.
The Parliamentary Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry, chaired by Mwine Mpaka, reveals that the foul play in the management of 8 billion supplementary budget meant for renting of new office premises at Kingdom, Kampala, originates after Grace Adong Choda, the former permanent secretary for the Ministry of Trade, Tourism and Cooperatives, based on what was described as personal conviction and statements that the farmer's house, which houses the ministry, was dilapidated and unfit for occupancy.
But shockingly, the committee established that on the same day of 4th August 2021, the acting permanent secretary, Mrs. Choda Adong Grace, requested for a supplementary budget amounting to 8 billion for rent of new office premises from the PSST even before the nominated technical team of Ministry of Works could start its work to assess the building.
Although the work plan to rent the new offices was later reviewed after the approval of the Permanent Secretary for Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to renovate the farmer's house, the report contends the cost.
However, my concern here is that procurement is a process, and whatever happens as a process, where was the minister in all this that was happening? Where was the minister in all this that was happening?
Honorable members, Honorable Esther, I want you to know that the minister is a political head. The technical head of an institution is the PS. Keep off our politicians. Politicians are not a party to it.
Right, Honorable.
Recently, the Permanent Secretary, Geraldine Sali, explained why she changed the work plan, which was initiated by her predecessor.
That if I actually did something like going off to pay 8 billion per year, vis-a-vis the little surcharge I pay here of 141 million per year, I just knew that my appointing authority would cut me out in the first 2-3 months of that decision. So I decided to explore the options of renting, fixing the building, because I thought it was a very good building.
Grace Adong Choda being investigated by the Inspectorate of Government and the DPP with a view of prosecution under Section 11 and 20 of the Anti-Corruption Act 2009 for initiating a request for a supplementary budget worth 8 billion for rent.
In the process of renovating the farmer's house, the report pins ministry officials on exaggerating transport fares to the tune of 570 million to shift documents from Kampala to Entebbe. Mwine Mpaka says the Auditor General should initiate a forensic audit to the effect.
With the view of compelling the culpable public officers to refund the monies expended to them irregularly.
The 16 recommendations in the Mwine Mpaka's report provides for a solution that government speeds up the strategic plan to relocate all its ministries, departments and agencies to Bwebaja intended one-stop point to avoid costs of renting and further mismanagement of funds.
15 government should finalize and undertake deliberate measures to implement the strategic plan for relocating all government ministries, departments and agencies to Bwebaja as a means of decreasing government expenditure through rent of office premises. And lastly, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, accounting officers should desist from undertaking expenditures that exhibit lack of appreciation of accounting laws, regulations and procedures.
We all have a duty to fight corruption in this country, and my ministry will be working with other authorities to take action on the recommendation by the committee.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister.
Daniel Mugoya, Gloria Gwitabinji, UBC News.
The Uganda Amnesty Commission continues to work closely with communities welcoming ex-fighters. About 28,000 former combatants have received amnesty, with most smoothly reintegrated among their communities. The chief legal advisor notes that amnesty is a right, though exceptions for denial exist. Ivan Kahwa has this in detail.
The Uganda Amnesty Commission has so far granted amnesty to 28,500 ex-combatants who openly denounced rebellion in various parts of the country. This positive gesture has contributed to a reduction in criminality. Among those granted amnesty are high-profile individuals who had committed atrocities, whether through recruitment, abduction, or personal choice.
Remember the late Bamuze from the Arua region. You remember the recently returned people from the Central African Republic, and there was a Major General whom we are now considering to grant amnesty. There is also the Omusinga of Renzururu, the king, and we have already granted amnesty, and very soon we shall re-engage with the process of meeting some of the people who were involved in that incident.
Nathan Tuino, the chief legal advisor of the Amnesty Commission, emphasizes that amnesty is not extended to children who engage in rebel activities without consent.
But if you were abducted and you are an adult and you commit offenses while in the bush, then you will be granted amnesty if you ask for it for the offenses you may have committed while in the bush. Some who may have committed very serious offenses, we will not grant amnesty. But those who may have committed low-level offenses while in the bush, then amnesty is considered. High-level offenses or crimes may be crimes against humanity. These are very serious crimes, like mass murder, like genocide. Their amnesty may not be granted, and those will be taken through the court process.
The Commission collaborates with courts to ensure a comprehensive process for considering candidates for amnesty. The process of granting amnesty involves consulting with individuals in areas where atrocities were committed, ensuring that candidates for amnesty are integrated into their communities.
We first go there, prepare the people, find out that there are no feelings of revenge, and if there are feelings of revenge, then we counsel the people, we talk to them, and we are happy to report that most of our people are well accepted back in their communities.
After undergoing psychosocial support, individuals are awarded a certificate of amnesty. However, this amnesty privilege cannot be reinstated if violated.
And that certificate means you will not be prosecuted for the offenses you may have committed while in the bush. And so that certificate is very, very important, because it means that you are a free person, that you can engage in all civic activities, that you can even stand for elections. So it means that we wash away all your sins, as long as you promise not to sin again.
Ex-fighters are provided with startup packages including 260,000 shillings, mattresses, saucepans, beans and maize regardless of their previous status. The Amnesty Commission is considering to implement skilling programs to equip ex-combatants with practical skills like carpentry and mechanics that can enhance their livelihoods. This initiative will support their transition into productive members of society. Ivan Kahwa, UBC News.
Ministry of Energy, and Mineral Development has instructed all line agencies to enroll workers with the NSSF by 1st of February 2024. In the collective engagement on social compliance between NSSF, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, and the Ministry of Energy, NSSF agreed to grant the sector an amnesty till February to update staff contributions.
The expanding oil and gas sectors captured the attention of the National Social Security Fund, NSSF, leading it to formulate strategic partnerships with relevant agencies to promote compliance with the social security regulations.
We live in a society where we have many senior citizens, but without any savings or social security. It will impact all of us, and we are all responsible. And I think at that point, it's all on the state. And it's our responsibility to make sure that individually we work so that even later on, even if the state has to intervene, they're starting off from a certain point that we need.
The fund has initiated discussions with the stakeholders to elucidate provisions of the NSF Act of 2022, highlighting its substantial prospects for savings and investment in the future. A grace period of 6 months has been granted to the oil and gas industry players to update their registration details.
If we all do that, and we're able to move that savings rate from 10% to 50% in the company, I can bet you something in the next 5-7 years, even without the oil, we'll have enough long-term domestic savings to dictate our own future for your child, for your grandchild, and for the things that you need to do.
The Minister of Energy and Mineral Development has directed oil companies and agencies in the sector to fulfill social security requirements prior to the 1st of February of 2024.
They committed just a percentage of revenue from oil and gas into the government pension fund, which fund guarantees social benefits to entire population. With Uganda now adopting a whole of government.
Ideally, every employee should be remitting, every employer should be registered, and every employer should be complying with the timelines in the law. These are statutory obligations. So this is to show you where we are and where we need to be.
The Ministry of Finance is advocating for increased savings towards social security as a means to achieve a self-reliant economy through an expanded scope.
But compared to our taxes, the tax to GDP, the relative tax to GDP rate is at 13%. So that scenario is totally unacceptable. So we need to grow these savings, invest these savings in those strategic areas to build the base upon which we can save more and we can collect more taxes.
During these discussions, the Minister of Gender emphasized safeguarding of human capital as the foundation for economic transformation.
Those who employ the workers, you must employ them, but equally you must ensure that you meet your obligations, and the obligations that requires you to ensure that the human capital is protected. You need to train them, you need to reskill them, you need to educate them, you need to support them to do their work, to give them the tools to do their work. But most importantly, why we are here, to make sure that one of that crucial benefits that they need when they grow old, because you can be very strong and agile now, in the next 20-30 years, you will not be able to do the work you're doing now. That's why it's important to contribute to social security.
The fund on this mobilization arguments the number of savers with ambitious goal of reaching 50 trillion shillings by 2035. Abdul Nasili Luwama and Rogers Komagom for UBC.
We thank you so much for watching. Let's take a short break. We have more on return. Please keep it with us.
Paya amazzi nsobola okusasula ne momo no ha nsobola okusasula ne momo ha
yino merchant code yaffe
kirungi
sebo meka
ebiri nyabo nsobola okusasula ne momo
bambi nedda
ha bebi tuve wano
Bukibanga okusasula ne MTN Momo kigirako emigaso mingi n'egisingako eri buli omu, tekikola makulu okubanga tugirina.
Halo, nkimye rent
nsobola okusasula ne momo
yes osobola
sasula oba ggula ne MTN Momo olwo tukuddize ssente oleweeki ya bwereere. Kozesa Momo app owanyiga *155*3#. Juko.
Yo.
Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Haven't you heard of the parish development model PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, Sebatia. It is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a portrait project, and now things are moving.
Joko, I thought I was one of your friends.
You are.
But you left me behind.
I didn't leave you in poverty. What you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief and start the process of economic transformation. Just like that. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government designed to transform all lives of Ugandans for the better. PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
Upgrade your lifestyle with the all-new entry-loaded Chillax voice bundles. Now, call all networks in Uganda with Chillax voice bundles. Call all networks, no expiry, no worries. Dial *100 *1# and select call all networks. Airtel, a reason to imagine.
Here is the 2023 musical launch of the year. 16th of September 2023, Kololo Ceremonial Grounds will be the only place to be, as the whole of Uganda will gather to witness the Museveni Awoma musical launch by Eman Sereko, also known as Munamasaka. Don't miss all your artists, comedians, stage and movie actors, members of parliament, ministers, leaders at different levels, led by the Right Honorable Premier, Robin Nabanja. The chief guest of the day will be the one and only Sabalwanyi Jajamwami, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. All at a free entry at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds on the 16th of September 2023. Do not miss.
Payamazi. Nsobola okusasula ne momo? No. Ha. Hey, nsobola okusasula ne momo? Ha.
Yino merchant code yaffe.
Oh. Kirungi.
Sebo meka?
Ebiri. Nyabo, nsobola okusasula ne momo?
Bambi nedda.
Ha. Baby, tuve wano.
Mukibango okusasula ne MTN Momo kigirako emigaso mingi n'egisingako eri buli omu tekikola makulu okubanga tugirina.
Hello, Nchimye Rent.
Nsobola okusasula ne momo? Ha.
Yes, osobola.
Sasula obagula ne MTN Momo olwo tukuddize ssente oleweeki ya bwerere. Kozesa Momo app obanyiga *155*3#.
UBC Lunchtime News. Gabonese army officers have taken to national television and declared that they have seized power. They announced the nullification of the results from the recent election where President Ali Bongo had been declared winner. The opposition had contested the validity of the election, alleging fraud. The Electoral Commission had reported that President Bongo secured just under 2/3 of the votes. However, a group of 12 soldiers announced on television that they were annulling the election results and dissolving all state institutions.
In Gabon, today, 5:30 a.m. Gabonese time, local term, the citizens of Gabon woke up to the sound of gunfire in the capital Libreville as the army took power in that country. And it's less than 24 hours after the results of the disputed election that
UNICEF and Ugandan youth are jointly advocating for greater commitments to climate financing within the resolutions that will be developed by government delegations at the Africa Climate Conference from the 4th to the 8th of September 2023 in Nairobi. Anne Robbins from UNICEF and Edwin Muhumuza of Youth Go Green presented the climate action statement to the country's delegation that will represent Uganda at the summit.
Representing UNICEF, Anne Robbins emphasized that the climate change crisis should be recognized as a child rights crisis, underscoring the need for prioritization during the Africa Climate Week.
Next week, the UN Climate Summit in Nairobi will discuss Africa's response to the climate crisis and its impact on the continent. The summit is expected to conclude with a declaration covering the African Union members' concerns and demands before they head off to a meeting called COP28. This new generation, all of you children here in the room, you are the future. So your voices are the most important. Climate implications are going to affect your lives. So it's very important that we hear your voice today and feed them into these deliberations for what the world is going to do about climate change that will affect you. Uganda is particularly well placed to provide leadership on this agenda, considering the acute and heightened impacts that children across the country are experiencing. For example, the droughts and floods across the country have been far more extreme than they have been in previous years.
Ugandan youth are urging the government to enhance climate financing, encourage innovative environmental protection, and support climate-focused adaptation projects that safeguard vulnerable populations.
Ahead of the African Climate Summit in September, we as the representatives of children and youth in Uganda, together with UNICEF, are urgently calling upon the government and all stakeholders to take immediate and firm action in the face of the climate crisis to meet the global targets. Today, as we engage with the government delegation that will attend the Africa Climate Summit in Nairobi, our request is for the voices of children and young people to be heard and included in major decision-making with regards to the climate crisis. And I want to also reaffirm that young people are they're not only asking for what the government should do for them, but they are also out there looking out for solutions to the climate crisis. As we speak and advocate for certain things to be done, we are also innovating and coming up with ideas that we think will address the climate crisis.
The government remains resolute in its commitment to allocate more resources to tackle climate-related challenges and promote innovations aligned with environmental preservation.
So I like the fact that you put the issue of organization, especially climate finance, where we have funds that are directly into implementation of youth-led climate actions. Yes, that's a plus. And as a country, we are really pushing the issue of
The collaborative endeavors of UNICEF and Ugandan youth highlight the significance of allocating attention and resources to combat climate change. Their plea revolves around ensuring that climate financing receives primary focus in the forthcoming Africa Climate Conference. Crispus Arinitwe, UBC News.
And that will come to the end of all we had for you this lunchtime. But be prepared to have more news in Luganda, Kiswahili, and I'll be here myself for news tonight. So you have all the reasons to keep it with us. Michael Jordan Lukomwa is my name, wishing you the best of the afternoon. Bye-bye for now.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
My name is Damari Sali and I welcome you to this episode of the Ideation Corner. The Ideation Corner is a space where ideas are discussed and dissected. And today, I host Yvonne Mpanga, who is the founder of Business Trendsetters, and she's going to tell us all about it. Yvonne, you're very welcome.
Thank you.
So,
how are you?
I'm good, and you?
I make it here.
I know. We've been planning to have this.
Like you clearly said, I'm Yvonne Mpanga. Simogere, I add that
Oh,
sometimes.
Simogere, I forgot. Yvonne Mpanga, Simogere.
So sometimes I add that for clarity. But well, Business Trendsetters Forum. This is an idea that we birthed in as far back as 2017.
Yeah.
Looking at people who had set notable business trends. They ranged from funeral directors to musicians to artists to many other people, school outfitters and all that. But the whole idea was to recognize them so that we can cross-mentor them with other people who are coming up with ideas. So we're about innovation, we're about transformation for impact. So the Business Trendsetters Forum is organized by my company, Business Trends Galore, which is an outfit that does marketing, communications, and human resource development.
Also, Business Trends Galore
organizes the Business Trendsetters Forum.
It's just part of what Business Trends Galore does.
Yes, part of what business organizing events. We do events management.
Okay, so you do events management, HR,
human resource development, mainly capacity building, and marketing communications, marketing generally, and public relations. So,
but you're more known for the Business Forum.
Oh yes, that is true. Especially lately, business development.
Because that's how I even introduced you. I was like, she's a fan of me.
Yes, but
which you are.
But we usually wear many hats. Yes. If I start saying I'm a lecturer, I'm a mother, I'm a sister, I'm a friend, so it becomes. But that is really what I do. So Business Trendsetters Forum meets every year. And we started in 2020 with the support of the likes of NSSF. We started in 2020 with about 50 CEOs. Today we are about 400, and we are in 3 categories. We have those that are above 40 and 45 who are the business trendsetters, because those have actually done something. Like now you are among them because you came up with the Ideation Corner. This is a new concept. No one had thought about it, and you brought it to light. We have the global business trendsetters who are now, they include the wannabes, the young CEOs, business leaders and entrepreneurs. And then we have the youth market trends, whereby because we are about cross-mentorship, that's our main objective. We want to make sure the youth have the right information, and the older people have the right information also to exchange, to ensure that
it from the right mentors.
Thank you. That's also very important, so that we can have an Africa that's gets ideas for Africa and grows them to fruition. That is really our vision.
Okay. So you said that you've been running for at least the Trendsetters Forum has been running for the last 4 years.
Yes.
What exactly happens?
That's a good question. The Business Trendsetters Forum, we call it trends triggering. We are idea generators. So in Luganda, we call it Omugensono. We came up with our own word for trends. Yeah. Omugendo no musono, meaning Omugensono.
That is so interesting.
Yes, we are business trendsetters, so we have to set a trend. Even in language, we believe we can come up with a trend that can become the word for the future. I believe when I'm gone 20, 50, so many years, somebody will say, this word Omugensono came from Yvonne's Business Trendsetters Forum. So we identify people who have set notable trends. We come up with what we call pace setters. Now the pace setters are done from a survey that we do usually in October to December. We get the general public to identify somebody from the public sector and general people who have set business trends. The very first year, the pace setters as we call them, there was Patrick Ayota. Then they had just come up with a high innovator idea, and that was an investment that we thought was going to, even today they're really making a big of difference. We had the CEO, CEO Forum, Dr. Peter Kimbowa. He was one of our pace setters. We had Cynthia Mpanga, who had been noted then as somebody who was helping the disabled in some places, and they were doing it for the first time. And we had another gentleman called Julius Oluka, who even today, Capital Markets Authority has not identified where to put his trend, because from 2020 to 2023, they are not yet sure how are we going to run this business. It has alternative investments, but Ugandans can actually buy shares in Amazon and stuff like that. So that is what happens. We identify people who have set notable business trends, of course using the public.
This is the public that is the one nominating them.
Exactly.
Okay.
We don't always take everyone they nominate, but it gives us an idea who they are. Then we identify them. Then we request them, and hopefully when they accept, then we get them as pace setters.
Okay.
The second year we had a lady, a CEO of a company called Solid Rock Life and Business. She's called Pasima Sule. She's based in Canada, but she's an African. We're trying to be global, so we actually, when we can access somebody globally, we are also very happy. So we had Pasima Sule. She is based in Canada, but we have Solid Rock Life and Business in Uganda, and they had done something still that I would call a trend. They did a project that had more than 18 companies, but so flawlessly. It was funded by GIZ. They had Chamber of Commerce, they had Vivo Energy, they had Gopa, a German company. So I was like, how does anybody do this so well? So she set the trend as far as I was concerned. We recognized her then. Then we had a gentleman I respect, John Mark Segawa, who actually, if you ask me, the Digital Impact Award was new to almost the whole of Africa, who had thought about identifying people in the digital space. So he did a very good job for us. Also, people identified him. So JM Segawa also was a pace setter in 2021. We had a gentleman who had they had done procurement digitally for the first time very well. That was still at NSSF, was called Gerald. Then the next year, so what happens, I'm just trying to give you a feel of what actually happens. So we get people who have done something different, uniquely. So in 2022, which was the third, we went a bit differently. We had GIZ supporting an entrepreneurship forum, whereby now people could exhibit what they consider to be notable business trends for free. But the publicity wasn't very good, which is where we need partners like you, Ideation Corner, to come in so we can make people know that you can actually tell us for free what your idea is. And then with support from partners and friends, we can actually be able to help you grow that innovation and turn it into something that will benefit give Uganda some kind of visibility as far as economic trends are concerned. So in 2022, who did we have? Yes, we had, that was just last year, we had a gentleman still based in Egypt. And
Is he Ugandan?
No, he's not Ugandan. No, he's not Ugandan. But the whole idea was he was also doing something. He worked for Visa. He was doing something unique. So we look for the unique ideas that you're doing. Of course, we can't reach everyone. But when you tell me today that there is somebody who is doing this, I'll research on them. I'll research on them, and then I'll find out what they're doing differently. Then we try to see that we get the right content. Then we promote it. We can't promote everyone every year, but we look out for them, and then we can say, now we have people who have been proposed for next year before even the nomination. But we will still get it to the public in October. Then we see who we should work with. This year, we are privileged to have...
You already have the nomination? Oh, yes, you have the nominations.
Yes, we have the event, the finale, which is at Sheraton on 31st August. So very timely, 31st August. And it's a whole day event. But we have, for the public sector, we have Ramadan Govi. The public identified him.
Public identified him?
Yes. By the way, all we did was to request him, and he accepted. So what happens? He's seen as somebody who has tried to change how finances and economic trends are taken in the country. Of course, there's a bit of resistance from the older school boys, but clearly you see he's trying to take us a particular direction. I don't want to talk about it. Then we have a gentleman called Joel Aita. Engineer. He's most known for having tried to buy Chelsea, a Ugandan trying to buy a football club. But he's also done great things in the engineering sector as an architect and all. And we thought he's building a market in the north in Arua. He's on the board of Muni University. But that's not all. He's also building a market in Arua, which will have a stadium, and will have people who can afford to pay 10,000 a day to actually own space in that big mall. So we think that is a trend in the country as well. Then we have AfricanBooks.com. I don't know if you know Lina Mirembe Pira.
No,
She's another one who has created the Amazon of Africa.
Really?
We believe that if we can promote Africa's ideas to be able to create the kind of visibility that we need for us and accept it, because our theme for this year is mindset change, enabling reinvention in business. So if we create our own innovations and we have the right mindset to embrace it, we don't need Google to tell us how to find our location.
Yeah, sure.
You know what it means to somebody tell you turn left and there's somewhere somewhere in America and
they're sounding like, do you know the name, how they pronounce the roads? Like they say
Kira Road.
Kira Road. And you're like, what is that?
And they're telling you how to find your place in your own area. So we're like, can't we have our own Google Maps? Yes, we can, and people are out there thinking. Remember, any idea is only good if it's identified and used.
Yes, and
so people have the ideas, but if they can't execute them, so we are trying to be that fit between create an idea, set a trend, let's help you identify you, recognize you, and then promote you for that.
Oh, excellent.
Still towards the question of what happens, starting this year, last year we tried but we didn't get the right names. We also send out at the same time for people to identify the trend setters. Remember, we have
we have the pace setters.
We have the pace setters, those that actually have done something and they are setting a pace. Now we have the trend setters, those who have done something but may not be there, could have done it even before, but may not have been recognized by
then.
So we are looking at, so we get the word to identify them. But when we ask people to identify, they were talking about me. I'm like, it is conflict. They were giving me my friends, really. Somebody identified Simon Kasiate, then they were profiling them. So I was like, no, this will not sell. I need an audit firm at least to be able. So I need an audit firm and partners like you to help us identify some of the trendsetters for the year. We actually already have some of the nominees, and we hope that by 15th, for 2 weeks, by 15th of August, we'll have the public now voting the final pace setters.
Oh, so in terms of the trendsetters, you've decided that an independent party is going to identify them, and then the public will vote on them.
Exactly. Because it will, otherwise when people nominate me and my mother-in-law, it loses the whole credibility thing. So that is what we do. We have people, we have what we call the Trendsetters Hour. People talk about what the business they do within a limited time. Then we have the pace setters talking about what they do. Then we have what we call the Trend Triggers. It's basically 45 minutes whereby now everybody's saying, what is it that what do I see that is going to happen in the next 5 years? Trend Triggers. And what do I think I can do about it? Today we have things like Lovable. We have, we have things that people know they are happening and they are going to come.
They're going to be big in the next couple
You've heard of Locomo. Somebody was telling me about it and I was like, okay, now this is actually a trend. People no longer want to buy food from away from 15 kilometers from their home. They're either planting it in their small home gardens or buying from the nearest market. But even when you buy from the nearest market, you don't want to buy something that is imported. So as a way to promote your own agriculture, as a way to promote healthy eating, as in fresh food. So I'm like, okay, if you can be a carnivore, you can be a herbivore, you can also be a locomo. So these things, now what are we doing as Ugandans, now that we're seeing that trend? What are we doing to see that we grow that market? We actually promote agriculture. So it's no longer, it becomes even more trendy to do agriculture than for the old or for the poor or stuff like that. So we're looking at all those trends. So the Trends Trigger is about that, to look at where is the industry, different industries going. Maybe what I didn't tell you, we are not industry restrictive. Anybody who is in any industry, in the area of expertise, is welcome to join us, as long as they aspire to set a notable trend, have set a notable trend, or know somebody who has set one and would like to get ideas from us. So they're all very welcome. And that is much about what happens.
And that's what happens in the day.
That all happens in the day.
Of course, a lot of work has happened before the day.
Yeah, definitely. definitely. And we believe in unwinding, so we promote it as transfiguring and networking, brainstorming and unwinding. So there will be entertainment, and there's no better entertainment than you being part of it. So we actually want to have a dance hour, so we just dance away.
That's our the Sheraton at 11 a.m.
Yeah, not at 11 a.m. That is to be at the end between 4 and 5 before we close. So please join us and make sure we transfigure, brainstorm, network, and then unwind. We dance away.
So how does is this open to the public? Like if someone is hearing right now, like can they just turn up on the Sheraton on that
yes,
day?
you turn up with 250,000 and we will let you in, but we'd rather you book early. But of course you are invited because you are a partner, and I mean you are a prospective partner, so we believe we are going to do much more together after this. But so what? Yeah, you pay 250,000. That's really very little money, because if you look at it, it's going to give you lunch, Sheraton buffet. It will give you Sheraton tea, breakfast, and then water, and of course the ambience and the good networks.
I think
like
the most
people
critical
you find
one is the network.
Of course, I'm just trying to
be in the midst.
Yeah, you know, some people want tangible things. The network, they don't see the
don't see
immediate.
value.
The immediate.
It's the most valuable thing.
I wish people knew how important it is for you to have a one-on-one with Ramadan Gobi.
Can you imagine? Yeah,
when you have to queue up, you have to queue up to see him. Now you have a one-on-one with him, an opportunity to trigger trends about the future economic trends with him.
Yeah. And even all that is going to be shared that day, the information, the knowledge that is going to be shared that day.
And like I said, we try to make it as involving as possible, not just Ramadan Gobi to talk for 30 minutes. No, he talks for 15 minutes. But we expect everyone who was there to actually have an opportunity to be heard, because remember, this is CEOs, business leaders and entrepreneurs. So every CEO is leading someone. Every CEO has an idea. Every CEO has a vision for what they want the Uganda to be. So that is precisely what happens then.
So you want everyone to share, so that if I'm in the room, how many
100 people minimum.
Wow.
There'll actually be more, but we're looking at 100.
So if I'm one of the 100, I'm hearing at least 99 ideas that day, at the very least.
Exactly. And now it will be a rapporteur to actually pick to precision what of those 99 ideas can actually become a big vision. Remember, our mission is to recognize trendsetters that are ready for disruption.
Yes.
So that we don't have to wait for somebody to bring another Google to us to show us where to go, but to see, we're now trying to see ahead. We're trying to see what is it, and create our own Africa for Africa where possible.
Interesting. So if I'm listening to you right now, and yes, I can turn up on the day to access, but also you said you prefer, of course, that we do it earlier.
Yes.
How does someone?
Yes, our website has our numbers, but also we're advertising mainly on social media, but we have UBC, we have CBS.
I've seen on Twitter.
And, on Twitter, thank you. So but you can contact me on 772-516657. That's my personal number, but the numbers on the flyers all around. And also, if you go to Ideation Corner, you can fail to find us. You will be able to know what, they will link you straight to us, and you'll be able to know how to. The whole idea here is to get the world to become more innovative. We are looking at Mindshift 2090. We are looking at people who believe more in Africa. We're looking at people who believe more in innovation. And I don't want to say people who believe more in the youth per se, but if you look at the trends, for example, people working from home now is up to 67%. If you look at people who are doing business today, so we are looking at any and everyone who believes that if they have the right mindset, they can grow without having to be ferried to Saudi Arabia, without having to be ferried to the US to grow. So this, I wish there's a way we can make this our land of milk and honey without having to export everywhere. Of course, we need enablers. We need the state to enable us. But by and large, if we have the right mindset, we can go. We can go very far.
Okay. So this one, I feel like. It's obviously for someone in the room, you get all this information shared with you directly, and you can network and stuff.
Exactly.
But then also, I feel that I always believe in sharing information and knowledge, because I feel like there's so much knowledge out there. I know so many things, but I can't use them. So it's better that I share with someone else who can use them. So is this going to be open to the public online? So people can still hear?
That's a good one. It's actually a hybrid event.
Okay.
But we don't share the link until the last day because we charge 50,000 for online people, but we let it free.
Yes.
But the whole idea is to encourage people to come for the physical presence.
Yes.
We realize that we have been having it as a hybrid event, but we start off with about 20 people. And because it's a whole day event, by the time they're about 30, they're falling off. But we would like to encourage the interaction because at the end of the day, networking virtually is good, but that's what we do every day.
I know it's not.
So
it's not the same.
Yeah,
it's nowhere close to the same.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we need that personal touch, and so we would encourage that people come physically, but also it's a hybrid event. I have to stress that, and the link usually.
So if you can't be there physically, I can access this. The link. I just pay 50k and then I can access for the in real time.
In real time. No, actually, what will happen if you are already paid your 250 and you are the CEO of Ideation Corner, we'll give you a link and you can share with your team to follow remotely. And if they choose to come physically, then so the 50,000, it used to be 200,000, but we're like, we can't restrict online. So if somebody has been able to pay the 250. We're able to pay Sheraton, then they can share with their teams to join us virtually. We actually have people who are going to be in the virtual space. We have Robert Burale, who will be in Nairobi. He'll be the one to lead the opening prayer, and he will be based in Nairobi. So he will be there virtually. We have Pasima Sule, like I said, she will be in Vancouver. We have Anis Kalibala, who will be in Massachusetts and Houston. So we have people who will be there virtually. But we need more people virtually, and the whole idea is to encourage people to, if you can't be there physically, but you have a friend who has paid, you'll be able to access the link. And we have the Business Trendsetters Forum, which is about 400 CEOs. It will be shared on the platform so people can actually join. So I'm looking at a situation whereby this time, like my role model, one guy I admire, Professor Balunywa, I'm seeing also having 1,000 people this time online. That's the only person I know who has had more than 1,000 people in one morning.
But are you going to be able to, will people still, since it's going to be also online, people will be able to access this information even much later?
Yes.
I can go back and replay the link and still hear
Yes, we'll share the link only to the special people, but also we will have we'll have somebody from Twitter who will be sharing in real time what is happening on the ground.
That's good. That's excellent.
Yeah, but I hope you'll be there too. So my colleagues at High People usually reminded me that when you're on ground and you share, the person who shares most gets a gift. So probably we'll have a gift for the person who will tweet the most or who will share. Yeah, but we already assigned somebody for that at a cost to just help us share in real time what is happening.
So even people who are also those who are maybe unable to pay to access can still know what's happening.
Exactly.
Because I feel like also your bigger goal is to change the mindset.
Exactly. Actually, like I said, our theme this year is mindset change, enabling reinvention in business. The theme last year, 2022, was innovation culture for business continuity, because we are about innovation. And then the other year, it was after COVID, of course, so it was Astride business resilience and business profitability. And the year before then was planning for profitability before the whole economy, the global trends were.
So I'm going back to business
Trendsetters Forum.
No,
Business Trends Galore,
the main company itself. Because you're more known for the forum, yes.
Yeah.
But the business itself, you said it has other components, human resource development. What do you do with that?
Okay, we actually train. I train companies. The most recent was last year. I was training universities lecturers on basic interpersonal relationship management and customer etiquette. I've done that for the last almost 15 years, by the way. I used to lecture at a university, African Bible University, UMI, on call as a contract lecturer, Islamic University in Uganda for almost 10 years. So I've been lecturing, but that I do mainly for companies now. I've just been training electrical control and switch gears, mentoring them on marketing. Now, why am I saying I and not we? Because consultancy, like I said, I'm a business development consultancy, tends to be, people seem to want the individual.
I would want the individual. There's no way. Okay. I'll be like, okay, fine, I'll contract your company, but it better be you turning up.
So that is the challenge we're having. So even when you say so and so is very good, they're my colleague, they want to see you around. That's why I say, but really it's we, because there's other people who do the research in the background.
Okay.
So we do human resource development,
Okay.
and that is the area that we handle. We do marketing communications, marketing coaching, marketing communications design. I'll give you an example. Anybody can get somebody to design a website for them.
Yes, and apply.
The biggest challenge clients have is actually the content on their website. So we help you come up with the appropriate marketing communications to profile you well for the greater public.
Okay.
Yeah, and then of course public relations, that is who are your different stakeholders. We help you in marketing research. I've done a lot of that for GESA, for Solid Rock, for even high people.
Nice.
So we work with people who appreciate the value of what are the people saying about us, and how do we want to be represented on our websites, on our socials. So we guide them on that.
Okay, so it's marketing, human resource development, communications, and then of course the business trendsetters.
The business trendsetters forum is basically events management. I do help in events support. I do medialize also, and that's the aspect that I help in me. When you have an event tomorrow, for example, like the project management institute has assigned me more than twice when they have an event, and they know that they may not get the right content to the press, then I'll do medialize. So making sure that the right content goes to the right media, and the appropriate media for their audience is also selected. So I do marketing communications, public relations, and human resource development.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. We've run out of our time. And are there any last words that you would like to say, especially around the forum that's happening on August 31st?
Okay. Besides inviting you personally, I also would like to invite the general public. If you are a CEO, if you're a business leader, if you are an entrepreneur, the only place you will be able to get so much information to help your company grow is with fellow people who have been there, who are seeing it. So join us at Sheraton Kampala Hotel on 31st August for the Business Trendsetters Forum for networking, trends triggering, brainstorming, and of course unwinding entertainment. But most importantly, like I said in Luganda, help us to come up with ideas that are going to grow Africa for Africa. So omugensono ogwebyensimbi, as we call it in Luganda, omugensono ogwebyensimbi gujja kubeera ku Sheraton. We're happy to have URA supporting us. I can't forget that.
Okay.
We're happy to have Onomo supporting us throughout the year.
Nice.
And we're happy to have High People. We have Solid Rock Life and Business. We're looking towards having NSSF coming on board again. And we're happy Ideation Corner is already promoting us. We're already promoting us, so we can't run away from the fact that you're a partner. Nobody gives you so much time for free, even on social media. Remember, the trends are now about influencer marketing.
That's true.
The trends are about social capital. So we are happy that we are supporting us. So that's the best that I can say, unless you have other questions.
And if someone wants to attend, how do they register or apply? How do they?
Okay, our website, businesstrendsgalore.com, has our contact numbers and a link, but you can contact me directly on 772-516657 for more information. But the information on our website. Also join the Business Trendsetters Forum. You just have to be somebody who believes in idea generation as a trendsetter.
How do they join?
You just have to. There's a link on our website, Business Trends Galore. But still, if you call me and just in a brief interview, if I see you as an aspiration leader who wants to see change and innovations, you join us, because for now it's free. There's no cost. But as we get bigger, we'll have to streamline it, so we have the youth probably being for free.
Yes.
But the rich people like Damali can pay some dollars for being
And this is the forum
members.
that already has 400
CEOs and business leaders, but only those that are active are about 80 to 100.
Of course.
But
but still, it's a
the
network
old
of 400.
Exactly.
They may not be active, but we can get to them.
Yes, you can get to them. Actually, with the right, which is a good opportunity to link up with. I've seen people who want to see some of my friends, like Mr. Digital, lining up and telling me, "Give me the number." I said, "I can't give you the number. I'll give you the PA." Now, on that day, you're happy to exchange innovative ideas with them.
Get the number directly.
You know.
That's hilarious. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. So please do go on Business Trendsetters Galore so that you are able to register to come for the forum on the 31st of August and even register and become part of the forum.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
UBC, inspiring Uganda. Pick of the day on UBC.
Every Wednesday, 10 p.m. on your public broadcaster.
Was brought to you by
MTN Momo Pay is the easy way to pay. Dial *165*3# or use the MTN Momo app. You don't need cash. MTN Momo Pay is safe and free.
Junko. Yo. Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Haven't you heard of the Parish Development Model PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, Sebatia. It is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle.
UBC is the National Public Broadcast.
To advance the good of those interests you have committed to your church.
Item 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I want to welcome the members that are in, that have the discipline of keeping time. Once you have the discipline of keeping time, you can even go to heaven. You can get everything in life. You can get everything you want in life. Time is a very important aspect in life. During this sitting today, we will receive what the ministers undertook yesterday. It's unfortunate that the ministers are not here. The Minister of State for Foreign Affairs had undertaken to lay the treaties on table. He's not here. The Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Sarah, Honorable Sarah, is also not here. Honorable Mateke Sarah, not Opendi, not Muchala Tikins. Honorable members, I am aware that students have gotten holidays and pupils have gotten holidays. In order for us to protect the foundation of our family values, I want to urge parents out there to actively shape the behavior, character, and aspiration of these children by doing effective parenting. I know most of the time the children are at school and the teachers do the parenting. Now the children are back to home. The parents should take responsibility and make sure better parenting is done to avoid these issues of drugs, the issues of homosexuality, that kind of thing that is in society. And as we prepare for children to go back to school, I also want to urge executive to strengthen on the issue of regulation on school fees. We've talked about issues of school fees in this house because there are schools that are exploiting parents. We need the regulations in this house, government. that our parents are not exploited. We need to harmonize the issue of the school fees. How can we be funding government schools and they're the ones charging the highest amount of money? Honorable members, last week we witnessed a spike in the fuel pumps. Fuel has gone to, I'm told it is how much? That is so high. We need an explanation from executive on how they are planning to address this issue. Because you know what is in the economy, we don't have the money. So we need to see how to handle this. Honorable members, yesterday I referred to the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry, an inquiry on alleged financial solicitation involving cooperatives. I have noted the press reported very wrong things. And I expect when you're there that you're really listening what is being said. I am so disappointed you write what you think, not what you hear. The institution being investigated is Ministry of Trade. And the issue being investigated upon is issues of cooperatives. Cooperatives belong to the Committee of Trade. We are not investigating the Committee of Trade. It's just a 1+1. Why do you report what you think you want to report? Report what you hear and what is being said. Don't report anything just because you feel that you want to say that we are investigating our Committee of Trade. We are investigating the Ministry of Trade on the issues of cooperatives. And the committee that is doing that is a Committee of Trade. Honorable members, you recall on 27th July 2023, we passed a resolution regarding the utilization of monies, the 1 billion shillings, which was earmarked for each local government. 1 billion. The resolution replaced the resolution that was passed by this House, replaced the resolution, replaced the guidelines that were brought by WACS. But it has come to my knowledge that most local governments are refusing to implement the resolution of this House, that they had already put money in using the guidelines that were previously passed. I wonder who passed those guidelines previously. Much as they were passed by cabinet, they had to come to the House. And I want to warn the accounting officers out there, the local governments, that if we find anybody using that money, implementing the use of that money, using the guidelines that were issued by WACS, we'll take an action. The guidelines that were passed by this House, the guidelines that were passed by this House are the ones that should be used, and they are final. The money must go to the local government, directly to the local government. Members, I want to thank you once more for coming. And I want to remind you, I want to remind the members of Parliament that we mark whoever is in the House. And Honorable Professor, I want a list of all the chairpersons and vice chairpersons who don't attend the House. Have you heard? Thank you. Yes, there's a procedural matter.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you for your timely communication to the August House this afternoon. But, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for that spirit. However, Right Honourable Speaker, with the exception of Chief Honourable Bahati and the Minister of Finance here, their ministers have permanently, stubbornly refused to keep. They are perennial latecomers, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we have 80 ministers.
Are they
ministers.
latecomers or they never come?
Sometimes some of them never come at all, Right Honourable Speaker. 81 ministers, Right Honourable Speaker. They are making the work of the government chief.
Information here.
I take information since it is Bujiri. That was on a lighter note.
Thank you very much, MP Bukoli Central in the Bujiri district. The information I want to give is that on top of whether not coming or coming late, when they appear, Right Honourable Speaker, and they are done with their business, they just walk out. That's the information I wanted to give.
Thank you, Honourable Asman. Right Honourable Speaker, it has just become, I think the ministers just sit and agree and say that we shall not go to Parliament. It is time we took decisions that are hard. The work of the government chief whip is becoming very difficult. You find the government chief whip in the corridors, making calls, trying to tell the Honourable you are supposed to be in the House. But the order paper is laid way before we start the House. Right Honourable Speaker, you have raised a very pertinent matter on the issue of school fees. The Minister of Education is supposed to be here. I'm coming. The procedural matter, therefore, Right Honourable Speaker, that I'm raising, because the Minister of Education has a matter, you have raised the issues of school fees, you have raised issues in works. These are all ministers who are supposed to respond. Right Honourable Speaker, is it therefore procedurally right for us to continue proceeding with the Parliament when the ministers are perennial absent and they never come to this House? Wouldn't it be procedurally right for us to take a decision at this momentous epoch to invoke our power in Parliament and to stand for the Ugandans, Right Honourable Speaker?
Government Chief Whip, can we hear from you? You're the one supposed to whip all your ministers Wednesday, Thursday.
First of all, we are all aware that yesterday when the House sat, we had a reasonable number of ministers. That is a fact. I also want to state on record that as Cabinet, we have set what I would call our minimum standard. One, we have agreed that at every sitting of Parliament, at least 30% of ministers should be represented. At least the ministry should be represented. We have gone ahead to even lay on the floor of Parliament, Right Honourable Speaker, the rota for every ministry from Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. My office makes calls. Even today, I can confirm from the Minister of Education and Sports, Honourable Gwang and Honourable Dr. Miyingo, confirmed. From the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Honourable John Mulimba, confirmed. And the list is long. So I believe, Right Honourable Speaker, this House is run by rules. This House is run by rules. I would suggest that in the circumstances, just like in the field of sports, You are given a verbal warning, you commit another foul, a yellow card, you commit the third foul, you are red carded. This house is a house that works on rules. So let's invoke the rules, and we have all members, whether a member of parliament or a member of cabinet, to attend parliamentary sittings. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable Government Chief Whip, can I have a list of members, the ministers who are supposed to have attended a Wednesday sitting? I need that list. Honorable Minister of Education, who wanted regulations on school fees. Schools are going to start, and most of the government schools, including the private schools, are charging very high fees, disadvantaging our parents. And most students cannot even go to school because of the exploitation that the schools are doing. Can we have the regulations on the floor tomorrow? Because we've been thinking about the regulations, can we have them tomorrow?
Madam Speaker, before my good friend, the Honorable Peter Ogwang, comes to make a response, I'm sure he's in the know of the Education Act, Section 3 and Section 57. They give you all the latitude to regulate school fees, but you are limited to only government-aided schools. We are talking about the ever-skyrocketing tuition fees, but the culprit here majorly are the privately owned schools.
Honorable Nambeshe, it's just unfortunate that you don't have a school. Some of us who have schools.
I have about
the schools that charge high prices, high school fees, are government schools that we even appropriate money for.
Speaker, you are accurately right, both of them. But I'm wondering about the errand, because you have issued the warnings I have been following. But the errand school proprietors, including those that manage government schools, have ignored all these warnings. What are you going to rely on, especially for private proprietors?
There is a procedure matter.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you for raising the issue of the school fees. Right Honourable Speaker, it is over a year, 1.5 years, since I presented a motion on school fees. And it was before the Committee on Education. We don't know what is happening. They brought a report here, which the House rejected. So what is happening in this Committee on Education? So, Right Honourable Speaker, would it not be procedural right for you to direct the committee, which is charged with the responsibility on doing work on behalf of this House, that is the Committee on Education, to conclude that motion so that we can effectively discuss and come up with resolutions to support government in doing its work? Because the regulations alone were issued saying school fees should not be charged beyond a certain amount. That was defined. So the Committee of Education, if it had processed that...
Were the regulations brought to the House?
No, they weren't. It went to the media to present.
That's what I'm saying. I want the regulations in the House. This House should approve them.
Yes.
As we wait for the report from the committee, can we have the regulations tomorrow?
Thank you. But, Right Honourable Speaker, the Committee on Education had better pull up its...
You know, like what Honourable Nambeshe is saying, we have the law to that effect. That law can only be we can only use the regulations for us to activate that law. So that's why we need to operationalize the law. And that's why we need the regulations. Now, the whip of the committees. So we'll wait for the report of the committee on the school fees, but that does not stop us from asking for the regulations. We need the regulations tomorrow. That's one. We need a report from local government and works, government chief whip. We need a report from from works and local government on the issue of the 1 billion. The guidelines with local government. We need a report on school fees, on fuel, on the issue of the fuel. And those are the things that should appear on the order paper tomorrow. The regulations on school fees, the issue of the fuel, the report from works and local government. Yes. Yes. Honorable members, you're all on communication. Yes. Honorable Morris.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as we have guided that the whip brings the regulations from local government about it.
He whips the ministers.
He whips the minister for local government. Right Honorable, in the same spirit last week, when the Deputy Speaker was there, the whip and the head of cabinet somewhere promised that on Tuesday, which was yesterday, those regulations were going to be tabled. Because Right Honorable,
which regulations?
From local government about the 1 billion. They were supposed to have tabled yesterday. Because it was raised last week. For us in Kamuli, when the clerk sent the
resolution.
The resolutions. When we went to Kamuli, they said they cannot act on those ones. They want what was to come from the minister. So we are wondering what is going to happen. So maybe the whip will answer. Secondly, Right Honorable, on the issue of the fuel. Right Honorable, last season when we were here, you remember, the Minister of Finance left very fast and said he had appropriated the 4 billion, 2 billion for last season, and 2 billion for this season about the seeds. Now, the season has ended, fuel is going high, peasants down there have nothing to do, but the Minister for Finance has equally not given us the seeds for this season, yet he accepted that the 4 billion had been earmarked to 2 billion last season and 2 billion this season. So could we know where the seeds for this season are, Right Honorable? Thank you.
Yes, Doctor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wanted to add on information about school fees. Last time we talked about only secondary schools, but there are tertiary institutions, and I want to give an example of Mbale College of Health Sciences, where they admit students for clinical courses, and the admission is clearly indicating admission on government sponsorship. But the fees range, I think, up to 2.5 million, which 2.8 I hear, but they are saying it must be paid before you report. Even to pick an admission letter, you must also pay. The student I have here as an example had to pay 600,000 to pick the admission. And other requirements are too much, including brooms, you bring jig, you bring soap, and you wonder what the money is going to be used for. It is too much, Right Honorable Speaker. These institutions all over the country, especially in health, even in nursing schools, students are admitted on government sponsorship, but they pay a lot of fees.
Honorable members, the regulations we need is for school fees, irrespective of nursery, primary, technical, all the schools. Yes, Honorable members, we have a tight.
Thank you, Right Honorable
Order
Speaker. The procedural issue that I'm rising on is in regard to your communications and the ruling as the presiding officer that you've done on the 4 issues. Now that you have ruled, would it not be procedural right that we move on and we wait on the submissions by the front bench tomorrow so that these issues can then be discussed? Thank you.
Is very correct. I raised the issues, those were my issues. They were my issues. And I have made an order that please tomorrow come and make a presentation to that effect. Tomorrow will not have anything else on the order paper apart from issues of school fees. Let's sort it out tomorrow. Issues of fuel, we want a report on it. Issues of the 1 billion, we want it. I can see local government is there, but she must come and present tomorrow on the issues of local government together with the works. Okay? And the issue of our seeds, now that one. Honorable Minister, we want on a report on the seeds, you and agriculture. I can see we want seeds. Honorable Musasisi tomorrow come and make a presentation with agriculture on how you've funded. We need our seeds. We need our seeds. The community needs the seeds. Next item.
Item 3. Laying of papers. Treaties ratified by the government of Uganda pursuant to Rule 40 of the Rules of Procedure.
Honorable members, yesterday the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Regional Affairs, Honorable Mulimba John, undertook to table the treaties and conventions ratified by Uganda in accordance to Rule 40. Can we now have the Honorable Minister?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, my apology for arriving late. Madam Speaker, in accordance with the Article 123 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, as amended, and also pursuant to Article 2 of Ratification of Treaties Act, Cabinet of Uganda did approve in the half year the following treaties. Number 1 is the protocol on human and people's rights on peoples with disabilities in Africa. This was ratified. This was considered and approved for ratification by Cabinet on the 31st July 2023, and accordingly directed the Minister of Foreign Affairs to ratify the protocol and deposit it with the African Union. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Section 4 of the Ratification of Treaties Act, and also in accordance with Rule 40, Sub-Rule 1, I hereby lay the said protocol, the protocol on African Charter on human and people's rights, on the rights of people with disability on the table. I beg to lay.
Thank you. I will refer the treaties to the Committee of Foreign Affairs for scrutiny as per Rule 40, Sub-Rule 2. Then present this to this House. Yes.
Madam Speaker, if I can recollect what was discussed here properly, you directed that the minister should bring all treaties that government executed and should lay them here. I'm acutely aware the government of Uganda has signed double tax agreements which are impacting our ability to mobilize domestic resources, and I duly notified the minister about that, and he has deliberately dodged bringing very, very useful pieces of documents which we executed. So, Madam Speaker, I'm keenly following and seeking your indulgence such that that document is laid on Parliament for our scrutiny.
Honorable Minister, you want to tell us those are the only treaties that have been ratified by the country?
Madam Speaker, I intended to proceed, but when you began speaking, I had to withdraw.
No.
As
I started speaking after you.
As per the rules, I'm very respectful of that. Right Honorable Speaker, we have the treaty on ratification, on the Treaty on Violence and Harassment Convention 2019, which was considered and approved for ratification by Cabinet on 8th May 2023, and accordingly authorized the Minister of Foreign Affairs to sign the instrument of accession and accordingly deposit the same. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, like I did say yesterday, in accordance with the Ratification of Treaties Act, we only act on what we have gotten at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This particular protocol has not been transmitted to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs by Minister of Gender. We are on standby, waiting for the same. When it comes, we will be laying it on table.
Yeah, he has asked you a specific.
I am proceeding, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the 7th of April 2023, Cabinet considered and approved for ratification the new agreement on International African Coffee Organization, IACO, of 2020, and accordingly directed the Minister of Foreign Affairs to sign the instrument of accession and have it deposited. Madam Speaker, we are also constrained to lay, whereas the instrument of accession has been prepared, we have not gotten this treaty transmitted to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. When it is ready with us, we shall seek your indulgence, Madam Speaker, to have it laid. In respect of the particular question asked by my dear colleague, the double taxation protocols he's talking about, we are still constrained, Madam Speaker, because they have not been transmitted to Minister of Foreign Affairs for action. And the requirement was for us to lay on table. We can only lay insofar as we have them with us. I thank you.
Honorable members, we will still remind the minister to lay, and the rules give him 6 months. The rules give him 6 months. So we'll need all those treaties laid on table. Yes?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Yesterday on the same matter, you directed that the Honourable Minister of State for Foreign Affairs also provide us a list of the properties we have in the foreign mission and countries. That has not, because those properties actually belong to the Republic of Uganda, and it is worthwhile that the people of Uganda know what they have abroad, and that has not been brought and laid on.
What is in the order paper is on the treaties, not on the properties. The order paper is very specific. We will also ask him to bring for us a list of the properties that the country is owning. So take note on the properties. I hope you have them. Then No, I'm saying I hope he knows them and we have them. Because we may be having them by paper and yet on ground they are not there. Yes? Yes, Zombo?
Thank you, Right Honorable. It was in this house sometime last year when I raised the issue of Minister of Foreign Affairs bringing for us the entire list. We were informed in the 10th Parliament that the Minister of Foreign Affairs was reviewing all the treaties, protocols, and conventions. All these have financial implication for Uganda. So as a country, we needed to only select protocols, treaties, and conventions that are relevant to build Uganda economy. When I start hearing about signing and ratifying treaties and conventions relating to violence and harassment, that is something we can manage here internally, even if we don't ratify the international treaty. So can we have the list you verified that can build the Uganda's economy?
There's a clarification.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we cannot stand here and say, violence and others are really not necessary. One of the reasons we sign treaties is to create what we call international jurisdiction. That you can act here and run somewhere, and because you have a treaty, they will get you from there. So that's one of the purposes. Number two, Right Honourable Speaker, these treaties sometimes arise out of our membership to international and regional organizations. We are members of the UN, we are members of the East African Community, we are members of the African Union, and in all those organizations, there are discussions that are reduced into treaties. So there is no way, Right Honourable Speaker, we are going to avoid what we call thematic treaties, either on trade, on violence, on human rights, but not human wrongs, because, and I want to caution foreign affairs to be very careful. Many human wrongs are being disguised as human rights, not to enter into those treaties. So I think it is important that we appreciate the purpose of entering into these treaties. It's really very good for our international relations, but it's also good for creating what we call international jurisdiction.
Honorable members, Cabinet is doing the right thing. The ministry is doing the right thing. We need to have these treaties in place for us to be able to act in a harmonized way with the countries that we are in a relationship with. Honorable Chut.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I just need to seek some clarification from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, because early this year, the Speaker, who was the presiding officer at the time, directed that you lay on table the post-Cotonou agreement. This is an agreement that defines relations between the Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific states and the European Parliament. And we've raised before concerns about that agreement because it has provisions that call for the
It was even raised yesterday.
Yes, calls for the decriminalization of homosexuality. In addition to that, just in early last month, the Council of Ministers of both the EU and the ACP approved provisional application of this agreement. And this Council of Ministers has representations of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of all the different states. So we want to know whether Uganda was part of that approval for provisional application of this agreement, which has provisions that call for the decriminalization of homosexuality. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Indeed, that question was raised yesterday and had been earlier on raised here. And I think this is the third time I'm stating on this floor that the post-Cotonou agreement in respect to EU ESCP has not been ratified by the Republic of Uganda. And for avoidance of doubt, for a treaty conventional protocol to be enforceable and binding to a state, it must have signed, sealed, and deposited the instrument of accession to the organization that implements. Uganda hasn't done that. The initial link per se has no impact whatsoever in respect of imposing any duties or an obligation on the Republic of Uganda. So to that extent, please rest your case. We are aware of the concerns. We have also highlighted the same. The problem with foreign affairs, we don't quarrel. We simply express our concerns diplomatically and rest our case. Thank you.
Honorable John, Honorable Minister, being a diplomat in you, I want whatever you lay on table should portray who you are. Don't just go on the internet and print for me these things. Come and lay on table a copy of what has been signed by this country. Yes. For that reason, I'm sending you back and come back with a signed copy. I don't see any signature here.
Procedure.
I don't want useful information. Kindly, Honorable Minister, I want you to go back with your document, come back with what has been signed by this country. And you come and lay tomorrow. It's out of diplomacy that you portray who you are. Next item. We expunged that record that it has been laid. We will have it laid tomorrow. Next item.
Item 4, statement by the Minister of State, statement on the status of stadia and high altitude centers in Uganda.
We had an item on our girls in where? Saudi Arabia. We had an agreement. She's laying the phone.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You wanted the agreement, and I'll promise I've not come with it. I just prepared a statement like you had requested yesterday.
No, we want the agreement.
If you want the agreement, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to table it tomorrow, because I had thought it is the statement from what the Honorable Sereko had raised.
No, you can come with a statement backing up the agreement.
Thank you. Right.
Thank you. So we want the agreement so that we know the terms of employment of our girls. The girls and the boys. Yes?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to raise a procedural matter. The 11th Parliament has passed the most bills, I think, since the inception of this Parliament of Uganda, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank you and honorable members. But Right Honorable Speaker, government is very, very reluctant at bringing the regulations. All the bills that we have passed, very few regulations have come, if not even one. Could we also seek clarification and get information from the Prime Minister?
We had that issue yesterday. And that's the benefit of being in the House throughout.
Right Honorable Speaker.
We did not speak in Lusoga, in Luteso.
Much obliged, Right Honorable.
We had that issue yesterday on the floor. Next.
Statement by Minister on the status of Stadia and High Altitude Center in Uganda.
Honorable members, for proper context, the inception of the high altitude training ground and 2012 with requests from a renowned athlete Over the decade later, the construction of the facility is yet to be concluded. Pursuant to Rule 52 of the Rules of Procedure, this House has asked the Minister to present an update to the House on the status of the facility and the roadmap for its completion. Could we now get a statement from the Minister of Sports?
I thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, first of all, I would like to begin by thanking this august House for the passing of the National Sports Act. And I want again to congratulate you and the entire House that as of today, we have the Act now. And I want to say that the Attorney General is going to gazette it. Then after, we will begin with enforcement and implementation.
Thereafter, we shall expect the regulations in this House.
Madam Speaker, most obliged, Madam Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, according to the parliamentary answer that I got as we got as a ministry.
Matter. What procedure?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the Minister for Education has thanked the House for passing the bill, which is now an act, if the President signs. In the same
signed.
Sorry, as it was signed. In the same spirit, Right Honourable Speaker, wouldn't it be procedural right so that we also thank him the way we thanked Honourable Bua to give us balls so that he updates us on the status of the balls that he's supposed to give members of Parliament.
Honourable members, I get surprised when you ask for those small things. We are here to legislate for the country. And we are talking about, Honourable members, we are here to find out which balls he's asking for.
Most obliged, Right Honourable Speaker. But for the record, honourable colleagues.
Can you go to your report? I don't want to talk about balls.
The Ministry of Education and Sports is mandated to plan and manage physical education and sports, improve access to quality physical education and sports, and develop cadre elite athletes in the country. This is achievable through the Sports Act and the National Physical Policies and Regulations. Colleagues, now I wish to present to you a brief about the ongoing construction of sports facility in the country as outlined in the matrix. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, you can see that I have a table here which indicates a facility, and I begin with the Nachivugo War Memorial Stadium. The terms of office of the Nachivugo War Memorial Stadium Board of Trustees expired as on 1st July 2020. The stadium is undergoing construction projects under a PPP agreement between Nachivugo War Memorial Stadium Board and Miss Ham Enterprise. In the absence of the Nachivugo War Memorial Stadium Board, a contract management team was consulted for the supervision of the PP project. And Madam Speaker, I want to confirm to the August House that the private developer under the PP arrangement is doing a commendable job. Madam Speaker, on project number 2, the Mandela National Stadium, the Ministry of Works and Transport developed the designs for the renovating and upgrading of the Mandela National Stadium. A memorandum of understanding was signed between the Minister of Education and Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs for fencing and renovation works at Mandela National Stadium, and was developed and cleared by the Office of the Solicitor General. So far, 76 billion out of the 94 has been received from the Minister of Finance and has been released by the Minister of Education to Minister of Defense
and Veteran Affairs for the project. Fencing works is complete, while renovation, physical progress, currently, Madam Speaker, I want to correct the 53 to 75%, with the expected date of completion being 30th November 2023. On Buhinga Stadium, Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, detailed feasibility study was undertaken and completed by the Ministry of Education and Sports. Final feasibility study, concept design and environmental and social impact assessment report submitted to Ministry of Finance in May 2021 for funding sourcing. Estimate cost for the construction is $64 million, which include a hotel to enhance sustainability due to high influx of tourists in the area. And I'm talking about Fort Photo. For Akiba Stadium, detailed feasibility study was undertaken and completed by Ministry of Education and Sports. Final feasibility study, concept design and environmental and social impact assessment report submitted to the Ministry of Finance in May 2021 as for fund sourcing. Estimate cost of the construction is $48 million, and the final design of the proposed facility shall be agreed upon after further stakeholders' engagement before the implementation. The National High Altitude Training Center, Teriet. Physical progress of the works stands at 97%, achieved with the following executed. The general electrical reticulation and lighting, water stroke mechanical reticulation works, concrete tanks, bases cast, fabricated tanks, stands erected on site, and imported steel panels for the water tank are being assembled. Remedial works on the artificial turf field are ongoing, with sand being sieved before rubber granule infilling. This will remain under observation throughout the 12 months defect liability period between 26 May 2024. Remedial works on the jogging track and lightings have been sustainably completed, pending carpeting of the fitness stations and expos, painting on the concrete edges of the jogging track are on. Hotel block is sustainably completed. Site stroke roads, parking, including lighting installations, are complete. General landscaping and tree planting are completed. Sports maintenance materials arrived in Mombasa, pending clearance. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, in conclusion, the fencing works at the Mandela National Stadiums have been completed, while the renovation works are progressing on well, with the physical progress standing at 75%. The construction works at Nachivugo War Memorial Stadium are also progressing well. Most of the pending works at the National High Altitude Training Center have now been sustainably completed, and project activities overall physical progress of implementation so far stands at 97%. The progress lag is attributed to some initial challenges whose solutions has now been solved. Right Honorable Speaker, the contractor for the site mobilized more staff, that's specifically Mandela, equipment and materials on sites, and scale up the works. The project teams, including the client, contractor, consultants, are jointly working together to ensure the delivery of the project. The proposed construction of Buhinga and Akiba stadiums are awaiting funding from Ministry of Finance so that the tendering for the final design and construction can commence. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to submit. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, I will still ask you to come back and give us an update. When you're talking about Nachivugo, you play and show members the progress. When you're talking about Nambole, put it on the screen and we are able to see.
Right Honorable Speaker, most obliged. As per your directive, I'll comply. I thank you so much, honorable colleagues.
So we'll leave this on the order paper and then until it comes with the pictures of each and every project. Next.
Item
We are not
5.
discussing anything on anywhere because the presumption we have is that we don't know. We are only hearing. I want to see it physically.
Right,
This
Honourable
is what they are
Speaker,
talking about.
The Minister of ICT has committed to support me in that cause, which
That's
I want
why
to
we
thank
have
him
honorable
so
doctor
much.
in that. Yes. It is still on the order paper. We are not debating. Next.
Item 5, statement by the Leader of the Opposition on the Energy Charter Treaty.
Yes. I thought we are waiting for a debate when we have pictures. That's not how they do. Love, what is it? Not on that item. Not on that item. Next.
Item 5, statement by the Leader of the Opposition on the Energy Charter Treaty.
Honourable members, according to Rule 53 of the Rules of Procedure, it grants the Leader of Opposition the mandate to make a statement on alternative policy or action, among others, considering the importance of energy as a basic human need or an enabler of innovation. The Leader of Opposition has a paper to present to that effect.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to make this statement on the Energy Charter Treaty. And I'm going just to usher in my able Minister of Energy, not Shadow, Alternative Minister of Energy, to take us through the statement.
Right Honourable Speaker, moved under Rule 53 of the Rules of Procedure, I hereby share the statement. On many instances, a handful of government officials are selected to deliberate and sign treaties on behalf of Uganda without involving the people's representatives, that is the members of parliament. This House ought to pick interest in the matter of entering treaties, conventions, agreements, or other engagements between Uganda and any other country, or between Uganda and any international organization.
Before
or
you
body.
go far, I want you to quote the law which says the member of parliament should be the ones to stand to sign on the treaties.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
Or be involved.
That is in the statement. That is why we are requesting for a review.
Bring an amendment.
Yes,
on
that is
the
one of
law.
our prayers, Right Honourable Speaker, in this. Right Honourable Speaker, the Energy and Charter Treaty is an investment treaty that was developed in the 1990s to enable multilateral cooperation in the energy sector. This ECT, Energy Charter Treaty, is controversial in the sense that it protects investors against discriminatory access, expropriation, nationalization, breaches of contract, and other unexpected circumstances that could impact their profit expectations. In particular, privileges granted to investments in the energy sector are increasingly in conflict with efforts to curb climate change and environmental degradation. The controversies surrounding the Energy Charter Treaty have cost member states colossal sums of money in arbitration, claims challenging government actions made in public interest, such as environmental policies or the protection of human rights and local communities. This is why countries like France, Spain, Poland, and the Netherlands have announced plans to withdraw from the Energy Charter Treaty, arguing that the accord runs counter to their climate goals. Belgium, Denmark, Slovenia, and Germany are also reported considering a similar move. Italy withdrew from the Energy Charter Treaty in 2016. But in 2015, Uganda signed the non-binding international charter as a demonstration of political commitment, making the first step towards acceding to the Energy Charter Treaty. In 2019, Uganda took a step further towards acceding to the Energy Charter Treaty by submitting a letter of intent to the Energy Charter Treaty Secretariat. Given the foregoing contention, it is our considered opinion that Uganda considers her intended accession to the Energy Charter Treaty, especially at the time when key members of the European Union are considering withdrawing from the treaty. If Uganda proceeds with the accession plans, this will derail our environmental and climate action efforts and also expose the country to hefty fines in case of breach of contract. We are cognizant of the provisions.
Yes, there's a procedure matter.
Right Honorable Speaker, Rule 76 of our Rules of Procedure of Parliament bars a member, and I'll read. A member shall not read his or her speech, but may read extracts from written or printed documents in support of his or her argument, and may refresh his or her memory by reference to notes. Right Honorable Speaker, the procedure matter I'm raising, that since members are barred by our rules to read a speech, is it procedurally right for the shadow minister to read her speech verbatim, Right Honorable Speaker, to the House, yet she could just refer us to the notes that refer to what she wants to communicate and tell the House. Right,
Honorable members, what is on the order paper is a statement, not a speech. And the statement is, as Solomon, can you listen? And the statement is as per Rule 53 of the Rules of Procedure. So she's reading her statement. Go ahead.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the protection. We are cognizant of the provisions of Article 123 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda.
And the rule you're talking about concerns the debate. Yeah. Yes.
This Article 123 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, which bestows in the President or any person authorized by the President the power to enter into treaties, agreements, or protocols with other countries or other international organizations on behalf of Uganda. We invite this House to consider a constitutional amendment to close Parliament.
Honorable members, listen.
We invite this House to consider a constitutional amendment to close Parliament with powers to have an input in international instruments. I maintain that the same prerogative ought to be exercised judiciously and in national interests as provided for under Article 99, subsection 1 of our Constitution. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, another related matter of concern is failure or refusal to ratify and domesticate crucial treaties and protocols Uganda has voted in favor of and in some instances signed. So many treaties which are ratifiable by the executive remain unratified. Most of those treaties relate to promotion and enforcement of fundamental human rights and freedoms. Without preempting Parliament, this matter is before the Committee on Foreign Affairs. I hope appropriate recommendations will be made. In the United Kingdom, for instance, Parliament has a statutory role of ratifying treaties. The British government is duty-bound to let treaties with an explanatory memorandum before Parliament for 21 sitting days before it can ratify them. Note that whereas the Parliament may not debate, vote, or amend the treaties, the House of Commons can block ratification of any treaty indefinitely. It is therefore important that Parliament, under the Ratification of Treaties Act, is wholly and singly mandated to ratify treaties entered on behalf of Uganda. In the premises, it is underwhelming that instead, Uganda's interest is in acceding to the Energy Charter Treaty. Owing to the ramifications of the Energy Charter Treaty, it is imperative that Uganda's participation should not be undertaken in haste, especially at this time when the country's investments in oil are in full gear. One of the most controversial clauses in the Energy Charter Treaty is that even when a country exits the treaty, it remains vulnerable to litigation for the subsequent 20 years. My prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, in the circumstances, I pray that this House directs the Prime Minister to make a statement on government's plan to accede to the Energy Charter Treaty. And my second prayer is that this House urges government to expedite constitutional review, including empowering Parliament to have an input in the process of negotiating and binding Uganda to international instruments, as well as ratifying the same. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the Opposition Honourable Shadow Minister for Energy. I'm going to call the Minister for Energy to come back with a response. I thank you.
Thank you. Procedure.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, some time back, Minister for Energy laid an agreement which was signed between the government of Uganda and the government of South Sudan about to sell energy or to sell power to South Sudan government. And Madam Speaker, the agreement when it was laid, you referred it to the Committee of Natural Resources. And according to our rules, it's given only 45 days to report before Parliament. Isn't it procedure right, Madam Speaker?
When was it sent?
In June.
On which date?
I think it was 12.
No, I want you to be certain of the dates and be sure that the 45 days have passed.
Madam Speaker, it was 12 of July. And it's June, 12 of June. And isn't it procedure right, Madam Speaker? We get a notification or any information from the committee. How have they gone with the scrutiny of this committee, because we are eager waiting for this treatment or this agreement, because we are eager waiting for it. Thank you.
I love the way members have become whips of committees. Sarah was here whipping which committee? Education, and Alan is whipping. Anyway, the committee knows what it is doing. It will come with a report. Yes, you're all standing on what? The Prime Minister said they are going to come with a response, a written response. A statement has been made on the floor. The Minister of Energy is also going to come with a statement to that effect. Then you'll be able to debate. You'll be able to debate on that. Next item.
Motion for a resolution of Parliament to congratulate the Uganda National Senior Athletics team and the Uganda National Netball team, the She Cranes, for their outstanding performance at the 19th World Athletics Championships in Budapest, Hungary, and the World Netball Cup in Cape Town, South Africa.
Honorable members, as you are aware, our national flag has continued to fly high, at all major international athletics. And we've got exceptional performance of our athletes. Uganda athletes have significantly marketed this country, and we must thank them for that. And we must appreciate what they've done. The net benefit of this is tourism. They have marketed the country. That is an investment that the country needs to invest in. The exceptional performance has continued at the recent concluded World Athletics Championship, where we won 2 gold medals. I now invite the Minister of Sports to move a motion of tribute to the Team Uganda. Government Chief Whip. Government Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
First, apologize to the House for keeping us waiting.
Apologies, Right Honourable Speaker, and the August House. Madam Speaker, I move a motion for the resolution of Parliament to congratulate the Uganda National Senior...
Honourable members, I'm told the athletes are out. Can we bring our athletes? I'm told they are out. Can somebody guide them in? Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I move a motion for a resolution of Parliament to congratulate the Uganda National Senior Athletics Team and the Uganda National Netball Team, the She Cranes, for their outstanding performance at the 19th World Athletics Championship in Budapest, Hungary, and the World Netball Cup in Cape Town, South Africa. Madam Speaker and honorable members, I move under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda. Whereas the Constitution of Uganda 1995, under the National Objectives and Directive Principles of the State Policy 17, mandates the state to promote recreation and sports for the citizens of Uganda. And whereas in fulfillment of the above objectives and directive principle, in August 2023, Uganda sponsored a team...
Okwalinga, can we have attention, your attention?
Uganda sponsored a team of athletes and the She Cranes netball team to participate in the 19th World Athletics Championship in Budapest, Hungary, and the World Netball Cup in Cape Town, South Africa, respectively. Noting that Uganda's athletics team won 2 gold medals, with Joshua Cheptegei winning 10,000 meters, becoming the 4th runner in the world history to win 3 consecutive world titles in the race, and Kiplagat Victor winning the world marathon, making him the 5th Ugandan young athlete in the world history to win a gold after Dorcas Nzikuru, Stephen Kiprotich, Halima Nakai, and Joshua Cheptegei. Further noting that this is the outstanding performance, so Uganda finished in the 11th position out of the 193 countries and becoming the 3rd in Africa in the World Athletics Championship. Recognizing that Uganda national netball team, the She Cranes, also exhibited great skills that saw the team defeat South Africa Protea by 49-47, goals difference, emerging the best in Africa and 5th in the entire world. Further recognizing that the She Cranes' outstanding performance qualified Uganda to participate in the Netball World Cup 2027, scheduled to be held in Australia. Appreciating that the She Cranes' outstanding victory is a remarkable improvement in her performance, considering that in 2015 Netball World Cup performance in Sydney, Australia, the She Cranes ranked 8th in overall performance. Convinced that the athletes and the netball team's victory gives Uganda not only international recognition, but is also an inspiration and great honor to the country. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Parliament collectively applauds and congratulates the Uganda National Senior Athletics Team and the Uganda National Netball Team, the She Cranes, for their outstanding performance at the championship in Budapest, Hungary, and the Netball World Cup in Cape Town, South Africa, respectively. Madam Speaker and honorable members, I beg to move.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Is the motion seconded? It's seconded by the Prime Minister, by Honorable Bua, Government Chief Whip, by Honorable Bahati, Honorable Dr. Chris Bariomusi, Honorable Finance Henry, Honorable Agriculture, Honorable Ravirama, Honorable Minister of Education, Honorable Minister of Local Government, Honorable Minister of Veterans, Honorable Minister both, Honorable Minister Grace, Honorable Shadow Minister, Chairman of Sports in Parliament, Honorable Lob, by the whole House. Would you love to speak to your motion?
Madam Speaker, first of all, I would like to thank the August House for the overwhelming support it has given to the motion. Madam Speaker, the Uganda National Athletics team, men and women, participated in the 19th World Athletics Championship in Budapest from 18th to 28th August. Uganda team, of course, was headed by myself as the 100 athletes from the 195 countries, and one refugee team participated in the World Athletic Championship, which was held in Budapest in Hungary. The championship was watched by over 400 ticketed spectators coming from the 120 countries. The championship saw 1 world record, 1 world under 20 record, 7 championship records, 11 area records, and 73 national records broken. In addition, the individual athletes set personal best and season's best at their respective championship. Uganda, of course, was part of the above achievements, and it sent a contingent of 21 athletes, 20 athletes, and returned with 2 gold medals, equaling its performance in 2019 in Doha, in Qatar. This remains the best performance of the country in the championship since the first edition of the event. Uganda was ranked 11 out of the 39 countries that won medals. Ahead, honorable colleagues, I want you to note the following. Uganda was ranked 11 out of the 39 countries that won the gold medals, ahead of great countries like number 1, Australia. Australia as a country got 1 gold medal. Number 2, number 2, Italy. Italy as a country got 1 gold medal. Greece as a country got 1 gold medal. Japan as a country got 1 gold medal. India as a country got 1 gold medal. France as a country got 1 silver. China as a country got 2 bronze medals. In Africa, Uganda was one of the 6 countries that won medals. It ranked 3rd after Kenya and Ethiopia. In total, Africa won 9 gold medals. 3 went to Kenya, 2 to Uganda, 2 to Ethiopia, 1 to Morocco, and 1 to Burkina Faso. Uganda won 2 gold medals at the just concluded championship. And honorable colleagues, I want us in a special way to thank the evergreen champion. I have given him a new nickname, King Joshua Cheptegei, for winning a 10,000 gold medal. I also want to commend
Joshua, can you just stand up if you're here? Joshua?
Joshua is not here, but I have seen the president, Otuchet, and the entire team. Can I request the entire contingent of Team Uganda, which was in Budapest, to stand up? Can I ask all of you to stand up? Of course, the team is there. Let's clap for them.
You're most welcome. Kindly join me in welcoming them. We'll show you those members name by name, one by one. Please sit.
Madam Speaker, in a special way, I want us to congratulate the young marathoner, Kiplagat Victor, who is here. Where is Victor? Can we clap for Victor Kiplagat? Victor Kiplagat, that is now his 2nd gold medal. for our own information. Because the first one, I remember I won in the Commonwealth Games in London, in Birmingham. And you remember, for the record, the young man first got lost, but again came back and was able to finish and won the gold. So let's clap for him. He's there. So, Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, according to the timing of the athletes, Joshua Cheptegei won 10,000 meters with 27.51.242. Victor Kiplagat won the marathon with 2 hours, 08 minutes, 53 microseconds, and is the 5th youngest Ugandan athlete in the world history to win a gold medal after Dokath Inzikuru. I want us to commend to our young athlete Kiplagat, and he has a bright future. Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I also want to thank the entire team which participated in the just concluded event. Some of the factors which I know because I was there affected some of athletes was the weather. Honorable colleagues, if it was in Africa, these children, some of them were running at the temperatures of about 42. Had it been in Africa, that would have been news. But because we're in Europe, I don't think any one of you saw that anywhere in the international press. That's why the championship had to resort to making sure that the championship only happens at night, with the exception of the marathon and walking race. And even then, at 7 p.m., we were at 35, 36, 37. So I want us to commend them for their individual performance they put as Team Uganda in the just concluded championship. In a special way, I want us to thank the coaches, because most times they are unsung heroes. We only concentrate on the individual winners of the gold. But let me ask the coaches to stand up if they are there. Where are the coaches? Yes, the coaches are here. These medals we see, the hard work comes from these coaches. They are the ones who do all the donkey work to support our athletes. As I want to request this parliament, now that we have the Sports Act, now that we have a provision in the law which talks about reward and recognition of these sports personalities, can I ask you to help me to begin appropriating money in the budget for purposes of us recognizing these outstanding athletes who make our flag fly in the entire world, wherever they go. That has been what is lacking. Finally, we have the law in place. Number two, there are some of the individual requests which I'm following up, but some of them, where they come from, we need some specific infrastructure. For instance, where they train from, I know they come from a district called Kwen, Kapchorwa, and Buko. There's a specific road now which is under construction, but there's an S road which goes from the plains of Muyembe, from the plains of Chepskunya, Ngenge, up to the hills of Kwen. That's one of the core roads which needs to be worked on. Number three, I know that there are other roads which they have submitted to me, which, Madam Speaker, I want to request that during the appropriation, Parliament works with my ministry and Ministry of Works to make sure that we fulfill the construction of some of those roads for purposes of helping us develop and win more medals. Above all is the coming in of the National High Altitude Training Center. Madam Speaker, phase 1 is at 97. I'm now requesting for phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. When I talk about phase 2,
we want pictures.
Madam Speaker, the pictures are going to come. But I already want to put the House on notice that I need phase 2, phase 3. Why am I talking about this? Honorable members, some of these athletes go to Kenya to train. When they're in Kenya, they spend money. Time has come that as a country, Uganda, we must also begin to receive international athletes coming to train, and they leave money in Uganda. So for that purpose, I want now to go to the She Cranes. Madam Speaker, first, I want to thank the She Cranes for putting out an outstanding performance in South Africa. You all recall that the She Cranes did defeat South Africa in Birmingham. I'm happy the former Minister of Sports is here. When I was in South Africa for the World Rugby World Cup, my colleague Minister of Sports of South Africa asked me a question: how could the Uganda She Cranes beat South Africa? I told her my words: we are coming to Cape Town, we will defeat you again. No wonder I was not in Cape Town. But can we congratulate those girls for defeating the #1 champion of Africa in their own soil? Secondly, some of our girls, particularly they were following girls who were outstanding in the championship. But before I go there, participating countries in the World Cup of the netball were 16, and #1 was South Africa, host New Zealand, Trinidad and Tobago, Australia, Zimbabwe, Tonga, Fiji, Uganda, Singapore, Wales, England, Barbados, Jamaica, Sri Lanka, Malawi, and Scotland. So you look at those names. For Uganda to become the 5th in that category, aware of our funding, then it means that we have a talent. It is now up to us to begin to invest in the sports and tap more talent for purposes of our children getting professional contracts outside Uganda. Madam Speaker, I want to say the following girls were outstanding during the championship. One of our girls, called Shadia Nasanga, was all the time recognized as the best player every time the team played in that championship in South Africa during the World Cup. #2, we had one Maggie Bagala. Maggie Bagala also exhibited very high skills, which were recognized and commended on several occasions when she played during the championship. Of course, the overall winner of the tournament were the champions was Australia. The silver went to England. The bronze medal went to New Zealand. And these were awarded gold, silver, and bronze respectively. The 4th position went to Jamaica, and the 5th came to Uganda, and that is for the national She Cranes. Madam Speaker, outside the two, I want to report the following. Team Uganda also participated in the World University Games, which was held in Chengdu in China. And I want to say Uganda again got 2 medals, got 1 gold medal and 1 silver. And again, a gold medal came from one Dismas Aeko, 10,000 meters, whom again I want to say comes from one region. But friends, why are we only concentrating on one region? What is the difference? And I've said this before as I conclude. What is the difference between Sebei and Chigezi? Why are we not getting the best runners from Chigezi? I'm coming to that. I am first talking about the 10,000, 5,000 runners. Why are we not getting the best athletes from Acholi, West Nile, Lango, Teso, name them? Honorable members, as I conclude, I want to challenge each one of us here that it is time we put a lot of emphasis in the sports subsector. It will help this country. It will employ our children to get more jobs and win professional contracts. The best paying jobs today in the world are in the sports subsector. I thank you so much, Madam Speaker and honorable members, for giving me the opportunity to move this motion. I say all this for God and my country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and I want to allay your fear that they don't come only from one region. We have an Olympian here who comes from northern Uganda. Olympian, stand up. And honorable members.
Madam Speaker, maybe I've been reminded one thing, that I have not told the athletes, the country, what the athletes. First, for the record, a gold medalist in the championship in Budapest got, according to the World Athletics Championship, is meant to get $70,000. Yes, that's gold. As a country, we do not tax this money. So for that matter, the reason when I tell you that we must put more emphasis on the sports, that's money. I know of a nearby country where they got quite many medals, and that's money coming to the economy. Number two, as government, we are meant to pay these teams the allowance for the participation. And I want to say the government of Uganda did fully fund the championship in Budapest and the championship in the World Cup. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, honorable members. You remember government also promised, I'm happy the law has been passed, and in Zikuru Docas was promised a recognition. She was promised a house, a car. To date, she has not gotten it. She's only lucky that Parliament has given her some work to do. And I want to thank Parliament for giving Nzikuru a job. We need to appreciate Nzikuru too, as we appreciate the ones that have come now. The issue of the road, will handle the issue of the road during the budgeting time. Can I have order in the House? The issue of the road, the Ministry of Works, UNRWA and Education should work together. We are starting the budgeting process, and we see how we can handle that. We should be able to work on that road in appreciation of the medalists. The issue of funding, the second phase. Honorable Minister, he who seeks equity must come with the clean hands. We are saying, come with the clean hands, show us what has been done. We want accountability. For us to be able to give you second phase, first give us accountability of the first phase. Same thing to Nambole here. Nambole is, we don't know what is happening with the Nambole, but we need an update from you on that. Honorable members, in the VIP gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of officials and athletes who participated in the 19th World Athletic Championship that took place in Budapest, Hungary, from 19th to 27th August. We have the officials, Mr. Dominic Otuchet, the president of Uganda Athletic Federation. You're most welcome. We have Mr. Peter Chelengat, team manager. Welcome. We have Miss Grace Chesang, welcome. We have Mr. Eli Kironde, team captain. Eli Kironde Mwangusi. We also have Kiplangat Victor, the gold medalist. Kiplangat, you're welcome. We have Cheptegei Joshua. Who is Joshua is not here? We have Cheptegei Rebecca. Rebecca, you're welcome. Chesang Dorin, welcome. Chelangat McLean, welcome. Chesang Priska, welcome. Ayeko Joel, welcome. Kibet Rogers, Chelimo Oscar, Shemtai Leonard, Kisa Stephen, Chemoi Andrew. Please join me in welcoming them. It takes you back to what Honorable Minister was saying. How come Bahati is not there? Seungu is not there? Eh? Eh? You find Kankunda is not there? Eh? It now tells you what is happening. We need to promote sports. And I think the best way to promote sports should be at regional level. I like the way the drum is taking shape. The drum is really taking shape where you identify the potentials, the people from different regions. You should be able to do that and promote sports throughout the whole country. Because my imagination is, it is their own initiative, but they promote the country. Honorable members, you've heard. I want to make an amendment to your motion that Isikuru should also be rewarded. Can I now open the debate, Professor? Who are the seconders? It was seconded by the whole house. That's why we are debating. The whole house. Now, the one who is going to speak is seconding.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second the motion. I'm very happy with the performance of our sportsmen and women. As a former president of Uganda Athletic Federation, yes, 1990.
Honorable members.
And an active athlete in the Parliamentary Sports Club. I was very excited on the performance of our people. In athletics, the World Championship is more competitive than Olympics. I watched champion Cheptegei on the 200 mark as he engaged the gear. When he entered the home stretch and I saw the arm swing, I knew it was done. Madam Speaker, it's very important to support our sportsmen and women. And these talents are all over. During my time, the best long distance runners were from Chigezi. I joined the national team in 1988.
Honorable Professor, address the chair. And listen to Solomon.
During that time, I remember participating in the marathon from Kabare Stadium to Katuna border and back to the stadium, a distance of 42.195 kilometers. And the best runner was Karokora from Chigezi. But at that time, we had also spotted Kapchorwa as an area with potential. I remember moving with the athletes from the forest of Kaptakwa in Kapchorwa up to Kapchorwa town when we spotted some of those best athletes. So I want to commend the president of Uganda Athletic Federation, Otchet, who was one of those who succeeded me, for the good work you are doing with the coaches. It's a good job, well done. I want also to commend the Ukrainians. You need to have watched them praying. The skills, the competence, the experience, the vibe. It was a good team. Right Honorable Speaker, I believe this Parliament will continue to support sports, and I strongly support the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Honorable Asumani.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to second and support the motion to recognize the performance of our athletes and the She Cranes. Right Honorable Speaker, as a Parliament of Uganda, the best we can do for the sports sector in this country, as far as I'm concerned, are really three things. Number one, having an enabling legal regime. I am glad that this Parliament enacted the sports law, and that sports law is going to go a long way in professionalizing the sports sector in this country. Number two, Right Honorable Speaker, as Parliament, we can only do service to sports by ensuring that we make the necessary appropriations. Once monies are available to the sports sector, then we will have done our job as an institution. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, is to ensure that the monies appropriated are released in a timely manner. Yesterday, Right Honourable Speaker, we were discussing this matter here. It does not make sense for us to appropriate money, and Honourable Minister for Finance releases money as and when he feels like, well knowing that sports has a calendar. So we can only help the sports sector if we ensure that monies appropriated are received in a timely manner. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to ask the Minister for Sports to also take a very keen interest in our respective federations. It is also true that there is maladministration in these federations. Right Honourable Speaker, some of these federations operate briefcase offices. You look for them and they are nowhere to be seen. And we are giving them money. National Council is releasing money to federations. Some of them are not even accounting. There is no accountability. So when you hear, for example, that players have not been paid, sometimes it's not that money is not there. The problem is with federations. And Minister, you have a duty to ensure that these federations are supervised and they are properly governed. This aspect that we are hearing of misappropriation of resources, some of them don't even have constitutions, but you are dealing with them. So we can only do a service to the sports sector, especially the athletes, the sports people, if we ensure that the federations are properly managed. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable Asumani. Honourable Minister, I hope you're taking a note. I see, you want to talk. The issue is on the country-wide identification of talents, regulations to be tabled in this house. Don't be happy that you have the law. Necessary appropriation and timely disbursement of the money, and then accountability from federations. Yes,
Right, Honourable
He
Speaker.
used to be the national goalkeeper of Uganda Credit.
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker, you are
spot on.
You are nearly spot on. As a former athlete myself, and Right Honourable Speaker, I have in this house the person who denied me the title of championship, Honourable Julius Achon. We ran with him. That's very true. In Tororo and in the Eastern, I hold a record, 100 meters and 200. I am one of the fastest.
Honorable members,
I am currently the fastest minister in the Republic of Uganda. And I rise to support the motion if we only could realize the importance of sports in this country. Then it would be a priority among other priorities. Free televised publicity of a nation, Uganda. The whole time our teams, our champions were on the screen, everyone was forced to know and hear about Uganda. I want to congratulate our team. You make our country great. We are very proud of you. And I want also to thank the minister for being there. He's a sportsman. He has always feared to take me on for 100 meters. But if this becomes a contest, we shall invite you, Right Honourable Speaker, to watch the two of us. This country, we can harvest a lot from sports. So we need the support of this House and the support of everyone else to make our country great. We've had great athletes from Bukit region, the sportsmen from Bukit region and the Eastern Uganda. We need to harness. And athletics, I hope that we are not going to focus in one region. Honorable Professor here was a sportsman, for no doubt he was. You cannot just get up here and say you are. And he's here. So I want to thank and join this House in congratulating our team and as support the request as put by the Minister of Sports. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ayo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the motion and also congratulate our athletes who are in Budapest. And Right Honorable Speaker, I am standing here as a witness in supporting this motion because I was in Budapest and I watched our brother Joshua take the gold. But Right Honorable Speaker, what I want to put to this House is that the success by Joshua Cheptegei was celebrated by the whole world, and wherever you go, identified as somebody from Uganda, everybody would want to greet you. That is what I celebrated there, Right Honorable Speaker. Everybody will recognize Uganda, very good, great goal, great team. Please keep on and get us more athletes. Right Honorable Speaker, just as the Minister have stated, it is good that we have done one great thing, having the Sports Act in place. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Sports must ensure that the regulation that is going to be put in place ensures that schools do not let us down. Because what is happening today, Right Honorable Speaker, most of the schools are not taking these sports seriously. Instead, they engage students on academic, and sports has been ignored, and this is why we are failing to identify these talents from various corners of the school. So the regulation must ensure that schools do participate and send children to participate in athletics so that we identify all these talents. That's why you are seeing it is only coming from the Bukedi, because they have taken it as a great thing for their community. From Sebei, not Bukedi. So, Right Honorable Speaker, where we add Akibwa, where we have Achon, where we add the Professor Musemeja, is a clear evidence that we can still get more athletes who can win gold for the country from those areas. So, Honorable Minister, the onus is on you. But, Right Honorable Speaker, one thing which I want to raise here, just as has been raised by Honorable Asman, sports have got a calendar and have got a period. For example, most of their calendar is between the first and second quarter. Right Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, this is a period where Minister of Finance releases little money to entities just as it's the beginning of the financial year. I would want to know from here, among other resolutions we are going to make, Right Honorable Speaker, if all these athletes have got their allowances and paid. If they have all not got and they have not been paid all the allowances, I think one of the resolutions of this House to ensure that they are paid immediately. Because what they go through to bring this goal, Right Honorable Speaker, people run, a moment they finish, they fall, and it's as if they are dying, and then they come here, we don't give them their money. Right Honorable Speaker, and finally, it should be the responsibility of this Parliament to ensure that we put enough money, because this is what sells the country at a free cost more than anything. I thank you, and I wish to congratulate our athletes. I congratulate Parliament for passing the Sports Act. I congratulate the President for signing, and the honors is on now the Minister to ensure that it works, not to remain in papers. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. It still takes us to priority, taking sports as a priority. If we don't take sports as a priority, then we are doomed. And this also goes to the Minister. Minister, much as we are celebrating, what honorable member said is payment of the sports ladies and men. These federations don't pay these people, because the money is given to federations. We don't pay as government direct. the federations must pay these people, and in time. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm up to support the motion.
I want that Sebeiman. Queen, you come and speak.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the motion and to congratulate our great men and women who have raised the flag of Uganda internationally. Right Honorable Speaker, as I congratulate these men, I do not forget to congratulate
Men and women.
the men and women. I do not forget to congratulate the children of Pade District who has so far twice taken the National Cup of Athletic in the region of Acholi sub-region. Right Honorable Speaker, as the Minister is saying, why are we not having others coming from the regions of different sides? I want to implore the Minister to look and take keen notice on these children who comes to participate at the national level. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, as I speak, the children of Pade District won this cup twice, and 2 of them have been spotted to go and represent Uganda in Australia. But up to now, some of them have not yet gotten the requirements. And this is also so suppressing to parents, because they are the ones supposed to make passport and other requirements. And you find that some of these parents are so vulnerable to afford making the passports. So I interest and I call upon all the members or the colleagues, let's join and support sports so that we help and encourage our children who are already having the talent. I thank you.
Thank
Right
you,
Honorable Speaker.
Helen. You're using a lot of time.
Thank you,
Who is the
Madam Speaker.
timekeeper?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also want to join my colleagues in congratulating our team for representing Uganda very well. Madam Speaker, as a sportswoman, I know what it takes to win, even if it's silver for a country. I also want to implore our other regions, like it has been said, because our colleagues are giving us only long races. We're only getting gold, silver, and bronze in long races. We also need to win the short races. Being a short racer myself, Madam Speaker, it is only that this time.
Honorable members, by the way, we've got a lot of medals from
Yes.
Helen and team.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, being a short racer myself, only that this time I didn't represent Uganda, the parliamentary, in the athletics team, because I play very many games and I get tired, you know. So I implore.
Can we go to Alobo? Alobo? You be sincere that you didn't represent because of other things. Alobo?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I join the House to congratulate our men and women who have made us proud as a country. Being an athlete myself and being the current gold medalist in East African Parliamentary Games of 100 meters and 200 meters, athletics is one of the only games that is individual based. If you don't have the gas, you will never win what you want. So I know what it takes. I congratulate you. We are so proud of you. And I join the House still to say that let all these pledges be fulfilled. And I also request that the Uganda Athletics Federation take it up to the fullest, like the FUFA drum has done, to drum also in the athletics team, so that we also have all the other races, just like my colleague has said. We have been jubilating on long races. What about these short races? I remember, I think it's only Dorcas Nzikuru who one time made us proud on a short race, but it was also long. Oh, sorry about that. So it was short. So,
Honorable members, we should have regional competitions.
Yes, so I request
all the disciplines.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Madam Speaker.
Yes. William?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. First of all, I want to thank all the members. The way they supported the motion is really good, and I'm sure my people from the Bay are happy, because this is one of the motion that everybody stood up to support. Madam Speaker and members, I can see that sports can be a very good unifying factor, because when it comes to sports, we all come together. And Madam Speaker, these sons and daughters that you see in front, that have made it to bring us to the number that we were in, passed through a lot of challenges, honorable members. Some of us who interact with them sometimes feel ashamed even to celebrate with them, because members, I want to thank the Honorable Minister for being so close to Joshua, Kiblangat, Kiblimo, and all the athletes, including the coaches. I've always been with the minister. I try to move with him. He has always given them humble time to listen from them, and I am sure he has gotten to know all the challenges. But let me summarize the challenges, Madam Speaker and honorable members. Honorable Minister, I've talked about the issue of roads. As we talk now, Madam Speaker, none of these athletes is able to drive up to their homes, even as they live here. Joshua and Joshua's parents have got impassable roads to their homes. Kiblangat, who is from Queen, a sub-county called Bennett, which is deep from the main road, is not even able to drive a car up to his home. Madam Speaker, even on the issue of power, none of these athletes have power in their houses. Even when you come to water, Madam Speaker and honorable members, none of these athletes have water in their homes. They have to go for many kilometers to get power. Madam Speaker and honorable members, the road honorable minister talked about is one of the only roads that connects Soy County with Queen, and this is a road that would help them to train with high temperatures. In Sabay, we have the upper bell, which has very cold temperatures, and then the lower bell, which is very hot. So this road, which the honorable minister talked about.
We've already directed on the road.
Yes.
We've already directed
and then the second road, Madam Speaker, which the minister did not talk about, is the road that moves from Atar, which is the main road of Queen, climbing up and passing Kiblimo, by the way, Kiblimo and Kiblangat are brothers. There is a road that should go through their home, go up to a place called Mengja, it goes to Kitawoi, it goes to Bennett, and Kwasir, then it slopes to Chemin. This is one of the roads, honorable members, that I have discussed with the athletes, and they told me this is the road that would make them train better because it has the coldest temperatures. Madam Speaker, another issue that I want to raise is on the issue of water. Madam Speaker, after these people going round this training, when they come back, they really need to have a humble place for refreshment, or even have a swimming pool, have what, those things. So we really need to make sure, and in Sabay, Madam Speaker, in Sabay, getting water in Sabay is easy because you can easily tap water and they can flow by force of gravity. It wouldn't even take a lot of money to make sure that where they come from gets water, or even make sure that their own homes can have water, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, let me end by saying, I also talked with our other medalist by name Kipsiro. Madam Speaker, Kipsiro is the one who did wonders some years back. I am sure all of you members know. And recently I interacted with Kipsiro, and he looked very disappointed. This is because all the promises given are not fulfilled, and also he would wish to mentor many people, but he says all the very small things are not done. For example, Mr. Kipsiro is crying that at least every district in Sabay should have a simple training ground, which is not even a permanent one, but should be of Maram. Just a very good training ground of Maram. And that's what he told me. And recently, Mr. Joshua himself told me that that his leg, which was not doing well, that stopped him even from going to the next race, was because of training through the bad roads that are within Kwen,
The
Madam
government
Speaker.
has sent Joshua for treatment.
Yes, that is treating, Madam Speaker. We appreciate, but we are just highlighting it so that we can prevent. Because even Mr. Kiblimo, as we talk now, has got a dislocation. And these are all problems
Honorable
attributed
members,
to
in whatever you
bad
do,
training
there are
grounds.
occupational hazards.
Exactly.
Now, if government can come up and say, let's support and treat, as I speak, Joshua, is it Joshua?
That's
has
right.
been sent to Italy.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, it is Jacob Kiplimo.
Jacob.
Because he got a hamstring when he was about 3 days to qualify to go for the competition, but that didn't make him to go to Budapest. And yet he's one of our best athletes we have as Team Uganda. But he has gone to Italy for medical attention under the sponsorship of government.
Thank you. Fadil?
Just a minute,
And
Madam Speaker.
I want to ask the members, honorable members, don't wait for a day when you're paying tribute. When we are thanking our athletes, then you bring those issues. Bring those issues early. Today we are supposed to merry-make, to be happy. Tell us we have this problem. There are these ministries. Write to the Minister of Water. Write to the Minister of write to UNRWA. Write to all these ministries. Getting water in Sebei is the easiest thing because my place is served by Sebei. Drafting. So why wouldn't you write to the ministry on that? Because you're supposed to work for these people. As leaders, you are supposed to work for our people. Yes, Fadil.
Just a minute, Madam Speaker. 1 minute, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to end by also highlighting another very serious challenge that is faced by these athletes, and that is the issue of resettlement, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Joshua, Kiblimo, Kiblangat are all children of the people who are affected by the prolonged and resettlement of the people who are staying along the Mount Elgon National Park. And this one, if everybody knows, and they are already hearing. As we talk now, I am sure they are watching, and they are not happy, because their parents are the ones that are being chased every day. Their parents are staying on temporal land that have been told to just settle and not.
Thank you. Honorable Honorable Fadil.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know if I stand here and I say I'm an athlete, I know no one will doubt. Because I've seen other people have been doubted when the minister stood. They doubted him. Yes, all of you.
Can you speak?
Right Honorable Speaker, I am here to support the motion. I know, Right Honorable Speaker, many has been spoke by my brother, William, but I also have something to add on. Madam Speaker, to impress on this athletics in my region, we need to consider also grading on small fields in primary schools and secondary schools, because most of these talents are in these schools. And then, Right Honorable Speaker, in considering of these roads, it's not only one road in Queen that needs to be worked on. We have a road also that comes from Serinda Ngangata Road, and that is the area that most of these athletes of ours train from. It joins Ngangata Kapchorwa.
Honorable Minister, the problem are the roads. Take it.
And then, Right Honorable Speaker, still the issue of water. You see the water that comes to
Honorable members,
this water that comes to Bukedea, Right Honorable Speaker, are from it's water from my constituency. And last time, Right Honorable Speaker, even these people's right, and last time they wanted to cut those pipes, but we went there, we talked to them. That very sub-county that gives you water.
Let it be on record that Bukedea people have not stolen your water.
Yes.
The water was brought by the ministry, not by anybody else.
Okay, yes.
And
okay.
they do not have a right
thank you.
to cut the pipes.
But of course, Madam Speaker, that will be me. And then, Madam Speaker, you people don't disturb me. This is time for Sebei and athletes. No information here. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to tell you that we also have our own coaches, people who train these athletes, Right Honorable Speaker. They are very important people. And whenever we give gifts to our athletes, we always leave them out, those of Peter and Njia. Right Honorable Speaker, as those people train, they also run with them. So there is need for us to consider them.
That is
I
true.
thank you.
That is true, and that's what the Honorable Minister had said. Apart from thanking the athletes, he was thanking the technical staff. Yes, next.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our great men and women for their great performance that they showed us in Budapest. I'm really very proud of them. When they were performing, I felt so happy. I want to inform you that I'm also an athlete. I used to do a lot of athletics, many sports. I was doing the field events, I was running long races, I was doing short races, I was doing all of them. Yes. Like somebody has said, these short races, I think we need to do it. We need our children to practice on this one. I know our people of Sebei are doing mainly the long races, but other regions can do the short races. Yeah, Busoga, Buganda, you can do these short races. Yes. So I want to thank the government so much for the peace that it has brought in. We are running because of the peace that NRM government has given us. Our people of Sebei used not to run those days because of cattle rustling. We used not to sleep in our houses. All the time we are migrating, running away from the Karamojons. But now we are settled in our houses. That's why you see our children performing very well. I want to thank the coaches. The coaches, Peter and Mr. Otuket. These are God-fearing people. Usually before they run, they have to pray. I want to thank God for the performance that they have given our children through prayers of those people.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Another challenge that we face in Kapchorwa. Our hospital, our main hospital, Kapchorwa Hospital, has no ambulance. And whenever these children get injured, we don't have ambulances to transport them. So, Madam Speaker, I request the Minister of Health.
Honorable members, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have teachers and students from Ikwera Primary School, that is at Duke, Kwania, North County, and they are represented by Honorable Auma Kenny and Honorable Okaye Bob. You're most welcome. Please stand up. Still in the public gallery, we have the youth from Agago West, represented by Honorable John Amos. Oh, you're most welcome. Honorable Lagen and Honorable Beatrice, you're most welcome. You have a good team from that area. Please keep them. And just for information, that the Minister of Water and Environment, Honorable Chip Torres, comes from Sebei. And I want to ask the Minister of Water, who comes from Sebei, who to make sure that there is water in Sebei. I also want to, honorable members, the whole House seconded this. Yes, there is a motion.
Thank you.
There is a motion. A motion takes priority.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've been following the debate on the motion that has been moved by the Minister for Sports in the Minister of Education. And none of the person who stood to speak on this motion have not supported the motion. And by the look of how the whole House and the country is very happy about the championships which our brothers and sisters have brought to this nation, the gold medalists and all those, Madam, I rise to move a motion that a question be put. And Madam Speaker, you have summarized this into an area where we have to take note. In the debate, members spoke heavily about the budget support. On the other hand, also,
you're not debating. Let's first get, is the motion seconded?
Madam Speaker,
the motion is seconded by Honorable Silwanyi, by veterans, by local government. Honorable members, the issues that have been raised is on talent identification at a lower level throughout the whole country, and investing in sports in schools. The issue of regulations for the law that has been passed must be brought to this House. The necessary appropriation and release of funds must be done by Minister of Finance, putting in mind that we have a sports calendar. And we should have a competition for all disciplines at regional level for us to be able to have a Musasisi coming as an athlete And then we must have accountability by federations, and all the sports persons must be paid by their federations. That is an amendment to your motion. I now put a question that the House pays a resounding tribute to Team Uganda for their exceptional performance at the World Athletics Championship 2023. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank you so much for the support you've given to the motion and for the approval. Madam Speaker.
And in that, remember, I'd already made an amendment that the Inzikurus must also be paid.
Thank you. Madam Speaker,
all the promises that have been made to all the athletes, including Akibwa.
Madam Speaker, I only want to make one small emphasis for purposes of finance. Team Uganda is meant to continue to participate in different disciplines in the ESC Games, in all African Games. These activities are meant to take place September, in October. But as far as I'm concerned, the release we got was less by 10 billion. So in the near future, I hope you don't hear that Team Uganda has failed to go and represent the country in these various disciplines. The budget was approved, but the question now which we still want to implore you to employ finance is that can they help us and give us the money as per what was appropriated for Q1 specifically. I thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I do agree with the concerns of the Minister of State for Sports and also the concerns of the House. Madam Speaker, our budget cycle takes 12 months. However, during execution, before execution, we release money quarterly. However, there are instances where activities do not take place or cannot be implemented following our quarterly calendar. What we have advised entities is that where an activity of this nature notify us early. Once we are notified early, then we plan accordingly. For instance, now, what the minister is saying, if at the beginning of July we had been notified that activities under athletics and the sports subsector will take place in the month of July, August, and September, we would have done the release accordingly. And Madam Speaker, I want to undertake that going forward, of course this quarter is past, but going forward, we shall work with the minister to ensure that the releases are according to his program. Thank you.
Thank you. We actually notified the ministry. We did it, and next time better. Honorable Minister, the netball team did not have a training ground. I want you to take note of that. There's no training ground for a netball team. The Nambole takes care of only athletics and football. So you need to take note of that. We also need to ensure that we pay all these people that we promised. And next item.
Item 7, Bill second reading, the Veterinary Practitioners Bill 2023.
Yes, Mkatuliki.
My procedure matter. we are having a very interesting scenario these days in this house. Senior ministers are never here. Now, Honorable Musasizi is always giving us some of empty promises, but on the Matia Kasaija is very rare. And on top of that, the Prime Minister herself, the leader of government business,
Honorable Mukatuli.
Joseph Gonzaga Sewong, Madam
James Joseph Sewong.
Gonzaga.
Honorable Joseph Sewongo Mukatuliki. Those are not funny promises. There is nothing that has ever been promised from the front bench and it is not fulfilled. And Honorable Musas you're talking about is a chartered accountant, first of all. He's a real minister of finance. And he has full authority. He has been delegated by his boss. One thing you need to know that he used to be one of the best chairpersons of a committee. And it is not a matter of having a senior person there. It is what we want to be done. He's discharging his duties.
I'm in agreement with what you are saying, but just a while ago, Honorable Gwanga was complaining about funds, and both of them sit in the cabinet. Just here. That's what the Honorable was saying. That's true.
Normal.
I'm a member of the Committee of Education. We have had several engagements, but we need to see these senior ministers. They're members of Parliament. The Prime Minister is the leader of government business, Madam Speaker, and he has to appear here to lead the business. But we are now in 3 weeks, more than 3 weeks. The Prime Minister is never here. Even the one she's representing as one sitting in that position has gone out. I don't know what's happening with General Moses Ali. We need to know what's happening to our friends, Madam Speaker. We need them. They are appointed to run government. They are given government funds. They have vehicles. They have lead cars blocking us when we are moving. Why aren't they here? They should appear, Madam Speaker.
I'm actually going to ask to request the President to appoint Joseph Gonzaga as one of the ministers. Have we next item?
Bill second reading, the Veterinary Practitioners Bill 2023.
Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Veterinary Practitioners Bill 2003 be read for the second time.
Is the bill seconded? Seconded by Evander, Milton, Sembabule, Alobo, Christine, by all the cattle keepers. Would you want to speak to even Charity, General Kavuma, all of them? Would you love to speak to your bill?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the object of the bill is to repeal and replace the Veterinary Surgeon Act Cap 277, provide an institutional framework for regulation of veterinary practice by providing for the training, registration, licensing of veterinary professionals and veterinary paraprofessionals, to improve on the quality of veterinary services and coverage to strengthen the capacity of training institutions and improve training of veterinary practitioners, to remove obsolete provisions and to revise fines for effectiveness committed for offenses committed under the Act. I beg to move.
Thank you so much. Can I ask the chairperson of the committee to come and present a report on the bill? Give us a summary.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I beg to lay on table the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries on the Veterinary Practitioners Bill 2023. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the minutes of meetings.
Honorable members, I want all of you, I want a quorum.
I beg to lay on table minutes of the meetings that were held by the Committee on Agriculture while considering the Veterinary Practitioners Bill. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Right Honorable Speaker, I now beg to present the report of the Committee on Agriculture on the Veterinary Practitioners Bill. It is a 9-page document, but we shall summarize. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Veterinary Practitioners Bill 2023 was read for the first time on the 20th June 2023 and referred to the Committee on Agriculture with in accordance with Rule 1291 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. The committee scrutinized the bill in accordance with the rules 1292, 1293, and 1294 of the Rules of Procedure and now begs to report. Right Honorable Speaker, the report is being presented in compliance with Rule 1302 of the Rules of Procedure. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Veterinary Surgeons Act, Cap 277, which this bill seeks to repeal, came into force in 1958 and has never been amended. The Act provides for the establishment of the Uganda Veterinary Board, which is an autonomous statutory body responsible for the regulation of the veterinary professionals through registration and licensing. The scope of the Act is, however, limited to the registration of degree holders. Those are bachelor in veterinary medicine, and diploma holders, those with a diploma in veterinary science. The memorandum of the bill indicates that Uganda has only 1,186 registered veterinarians, but over 3,700 unregistered veterinary paraprofessionals. And there is no law compelling veterinary paraprofessionals, nor requiring conduct to be regulated. The veterinary paraprofessionals, among others, include meat examiners, veterinary public health officers, technical laboratory staff, and artificial inseminators. The bill therefore seeks to address this gap by providing for the registration of both veterinary surgeons and veterinary paraprofessionals. Right Honorable Speaker, there are emerging innovations and technological advancements in the delivery of veterinary services, and they now demand that veterinary professionals must continuously acquire new skills and knowledge to remain worthy and relevant to the veterinary practice. The Veterinary Surgeons Act, Cap 277, does not, however, provide for continuous professional development of practitioners. Since the enactment of the Veterinary Surgeons Act, Cap 277 in 1958, there have been new developments that merit reform and update to ensure that the Act is in line with the social, cultural, and economic needs and values of the people of Uganda. In addition, Uganda has regional and international obligations in the field of veterinary and animal industry, which must be observed, respected, and promoted. For instance, the World Organization for Animal Health, OIE, Terrestrial Animal Health Code 2012, to which Uganda is a signatory, and is therefore bound to develop veterinary legislations that comply with the code, hence the need to amend the Veterinary Surgeons Act to ensure conformity. The object of the bill has already been read by the minister. I proceed to the next. The methodology that the committee used The committee held meetings with the categories of entities, the government entities, they are there lined up, honorable colleagues. The professional associations, they are also there lined up. The education institutions, that included Makerere University College of Veterinary Medicine, Animal Resources, and Biosecurity. Makerere University College of Health Sciences, School of Health Sciences, Department of Pharmacy. Then we had private individuals, among who were Honorable Dr. Opio Samuel, Dr. Sam Biagagaire, Senior Presidential Advisor on Veterinary Affairs, Dr. Stephen Lutoti, Managing Director, Elofam Limited, Dr. Ekau David, Managing Director, Spring Pharmacy Limited, Dr. Owagage Mpata Jerome, Pharmacist and a legal counsel. Then we had Dr. Lagu, Managing Director, Lanoa Agriculture and Technology Consult Limited. The committee also received and reviewed memorandum from Uganda Law Society. The committee made reference to the Veterinary Surgeons Act, CAP 277, the World Organization for Animal Health, Terrestrial Animal Health Code 2012, Veterinary Surgeons and Veterinary Paraprofessionals Act 2011 of Kenya, the Veterinary Act 2003 of Tanzania. Committee observations and recommendations. On nomenclature, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the committee observed that Clause 2 of the bill defines key terms used in the bill. However, some terms need to be revised and others need to be introduced for purposes of clarity and ease of application. The committee recommends that definitions of key terms used in the bill be amended appropriately and other relevant ones be introduced. On application of the Act, Clause 4.3 of the bill says that the provisions of this Act relating to licensing don't apply to veterinary practitioners in the conduct of their duties in the public service. But where a veterinary practitioner intends to engage in private practice, those provisions shall apply. In the same vein, Right Honorable Speaker, Clause 16.1 of the bill says that a veterinary practitioner, other than a public veterinary practitioner, shall not practice or hold himself or herself out, whether directly or indirectly, as engaging in or being able to engage in veterinary practice or to take up employment or operate a business as a veterinary practitioner, unless he or she is licensed under the Act. The committee observed that application of the law to only private practitioners is discriminative, since provision of clinical veterinary services is carried out by both public and private veterinary practitioners. The committee also observed that the provision is open to abuse in the event that a public veterinary practitioner is involved in some form of malpractice and cannot be reprimanded because they are not a licensed. The committee also observed that all practitioners, especially public practitioners, are responsible for crucial regulatory services which support food safety and trade in animals. The committee recommends that both private and public veterinary practitioners be licensed to offer veterinary services. On registration of veterinary practitioners, the bill sets out the requirement for registration of veterinary practitioners under Clause 5. Veterinary practitioners include veterinary surgeons, veterinary specialists, and veterinary paraprofessionals. Clause 6.1a, Clause 6.8.1, and Clause 9.1 of the bill state that a person shall qualify to register as a veterinary surgeon or a veterinary paraprofessional, respectively, if that person is a citizen of a partner state of the East African Community. The committee observed that blanket recognition of veterinary practitioners from East African partner states will disadvantage veterinary practitioners from Uganda, since the mutual recognition agreement to allow veterinary practitioners from East African member states to practice across borders is not yet in force. The committee recommends that Uganda should prioritize employment in veterinary practice for its nationals, just like other member states. On the membership of the Uganda Veterinary Council, Clause 30 of the bill says that the council shall consist of 10 members appointed by the minister with the approval of cabinet. Clause 2 says the council shall comprise of the commissioner responsible for animal health or his or a representative, be a representative of veterinary schools, faculties or universities recognized by the council, who shall be a veterinary surgeon or a veterinary specialist, a representative of veterinary paraprofessional training institutions recognized by the council, a representative of animal research institutions, a representative of veterinary surgeons in private practice, a representative of Uganda Veterinary Association nominated by the association, a representative of Uganda Veterinary Paraprofessional Association nominated by the association, a representative of the paraprofessionals who is specially trained to manage aquatic diseases nominated by the Uganda Veterinary Association, a wildlife veterinary surgeon or veterinary paraprofessional, and J, a representative from the pharmaceutical industry. Subclause 4 says, the minister shall appoint a chairperson of the council from among the members of the council, who shall be a veterinary practitioner. The committee observed that clause 31 provides for the council to consist of 10 members, inclusive of the chairperson. The committee also observed that clause 32H focuses on paraprofessionals, yet the sector has many other professionals. Clause 34 of the bill makes any veterinary practitioner eligible for appointment as a chairperson of the council. However, the term veterinary practitioner is defined to include paraprofessionals who are not holistically trained to handle all aspects of veterinary practice. The council lacks a representative from the public health field, yet zoonotic diseases that affect humans and animals like Ebola, Marburg, and brucellosis, etc., are on the increase. The committee recommends that in clause 32H, the term veterinary paraprofessional should be replaced with the veterinary practitioners. And in clause 34, the chairperson of the Uganda Veterinary Council should be a veterinary surgeon who is holistically trained to handle all aspects of veterinary practice. And the council shall consist of 11 members. The 11th member shall be a representative of veterinary public health, nominated by the minister responsible for health. On the tenure of office for members of the council, clause 32 of the bill states that a member of the council shall hold office for 4 years and is eligible for reappointment for only one term only, except that the minister shall appoint at least 3 members for a term of 3 years, renewable once. The committee observed that the terms of office for members of the council are not uniform, and this could be a source of conflict. The committee therefore recommends that members of the council shall hold office for 4 years, renewable once. Functions of the Veterinary Council, clause 34(2) of the bill lists the functions of the Uganda Veterinary Council. They include setting the standards of training required to qualify for the award of degrees, diplomas, and certificates, including standards for continuous professional development, among many others. The committee observed that according to Section 5D, 2, and J of the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act 2001, the National Council for Higher Education is mandated to receive, consider, and process applications for 1, the establishment and accreditations of private tertiary institutions, private other degree awarding institutions, and private universities. 2, the accreditation of the academic and professional programs of those institutions in consultation with the professional associations and regulatory bodies. 3, to set and coordinate, to set and coordinate national standards for admission of students to different institutions of higher education. The committee recommends that Uganda Veterinary Council should set standards of training in conjunction with other relevant institutions or bodies. On powers of veterinary inspectors, clause 44(7) of the bill lists down powers of veterinary inspectors. The powers include entering and inspecting premises or a vessel suspected to be used as a veterinary practice establishment, mandating the owner or operator of a veterinary practice establishment to maintain the veterinary practice establishment in good and tenable repair in accordance with the established standards, issuing a prohibition notice to the owner or the operator of a veterinary practice establishment that it is operating in contravention of the prescribed standard, seizing and retaining any drug, equipment, record, animal, or any other thing that appears to him or her to constitute or contain evidence of contravention of the Act, and inquiring into any matter concerning veterinary practice within his or her area of jurisdiction. The committee observed that the provision above does not cater for conflict of interest which may occur in the course of his or her duty. The committee therefore recommends that if a veterinary inspector has conflict of interest, the person should declare so to enable the council appoint another inspector. Right Honourable Speaker, Clause 57(1) of the bill says that in the conduct of an inquiry under Section 56, the council shall have the powers of the High Court to summon witnesses and to call for the production of books, plans, and documents, and to examine witnesses on oath. According to Clause 57(4), an inquiry under Section 56 shall be deemed to be a suit or proceeding in courts of law, and the Evidence Act shall apply with the necessary modifications. While Clause 56 of the bill is about inquiry by the council into a complaint lodged with it, or an inquiry by the council into the conduct of a veterinary practitioner or licensee. The committee observed that the above provisions contradict the spirit of Clause 56(6), which permits the council to adopt its own procedure during an inquiry while observing the rules of natural justice. It will also curtail proceedings due to the technicalities of leading evidence as would be dealt with in the courts of law. The committee therefore recommends that the council should not have powers of the High Court. This will create an avenue of appeal to the High Court instead of the Magistrates' Court as provided for in the bill. On immunity of veterinary practitioners, Clause 71 of the bill says that a veterinary practitioner or a licensee shall not be held personally liable to any person in respect of the death of an animal in consequence of any act he or she does bona fide in the performance of his or her duties, unless it is shown that the act was done illegally or with gross negligence. The committee observed that death is not the only consequence of the actions of a veterinary practitioner in the performance of his or her duties. The committee therefore recommends that in addition to death, a veterinary practitioner should be protected from any adverse drug effects that may occur during bona fide performance of his or her duties. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, this is the end of the committee report on the Veterinary Practitioners Bill. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Chair of Agriculture. Members, you've heard. Yes, we can now open the debate. You have a motion? Yes, Honourable.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I have listened attentively to the presentation by the chair of the committee. Chair, I beg to move that, having listened to the chair's report, I beg to move that this House constitute itself into a committee of the whole House, so that we consider the clauses of the bill together with the report for purposes of saving time and given the clarity of the report. I beg to move, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Kilak, Honorable Olanya. Is it seconded? You want to second it?
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker, looking at how the chairperson was presenting, she was presenting clause by clause. Therefore, his motion is very important. It's better when we go to the committee stage, so that we follow clause by clause as she has been presenting. I beg to second.
Thank you so much, my chair. On the same, honorable members, you heard what the chair was presenting, and for you to understand that bill, you need to move clause by clause, because that's what she was basically reading. I was actually about to ask her, have you gone to committee level? That's what I was about to ask her. So you still follow the whole thing. Yes. Yes.
In the good spirit, I pray that at least this motion is not carried forward. You give some members at least 5 for a good debate, for proper answer. You see, when you generate a debate from the report,
you're already debating.
No, I'm still
You're
seeking for,
debating.
because
You're
there's,
the third person.
there's a motion and I'm against it. So I was saying that, giving my justification that once we give an open debate,
Okay, what is your contribution on the
the motion is not yet, the debate motion is not yet carried forward, but I'm against it. So I was saying if it is not allowed, then I can bring in my issues.
There's a procedural matter. I thought you were seconding the motion.
Procedure, Madam Chair.
Procedure. Right Honourable Speaker, thank you for giving me opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, I think this bill is clear. Justification for this bill is clear, very well defined. And the chair has done us a favor to lead us, to guide us through. Even me, who has never thought of becoming a veterinary, I got a bit interested. Led us through clause by clause. You know, I'm an animal keeper, so I got interested. So, Right Honourable Speaker, the procedure is, if anybody had fundamental problems or issue with this bill, they should have approached the committee. But since there is no fundamental issue which has arisen, yeah, if there is no fundamental issue, Right Honourable Speaker,
Honourable members,
I don't see any reason why we should delay going to the committee stage. I thank you.
Madam.
Honourable members, I'm getting all your views. You have issues. You'll have issues at a close. Pardon?
Madam.
Yes, Santa.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a very important bill. Having came to first into 1958, and listening to the chair very carefully, I think, Madam Speaker, we need to go to the committee stage and move slowly by slowly. My only issue is we have so many birds all over, and I didn't hear the chair capture it, and I think this can still be addressed at a committee stage. Madam Chair, I want to propose that we move now to the committee.
Honourable members, I'm putting a question that what has been proposed by Honourable Asumani be taken by this House. Those in favor stand the contrary. The ayes have it. I put a question that the Veterinary Practitioners Bill 2023 be read for the second time. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Veterinary Practitioners Bill 2023, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Clause 2, can we skip clause 2 and then we come back to it since it is for interpretation?
Clause 3.
Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, on clause 3, the committee proposes to amend the provision as follows. In paragraph B, by inserting the words animal welfare after the words animal health. Justification: animal welfare is provided for within the veterinary Hippocratic oath as one of the veterinary practices and should be included in the provision. The committee proposes also to amend by deleting paragraph D. The justification is that the mutual recognition agreement to allow veterinary practitioners from East African Community member states to practice across borders is not yet in place or in force. I beg to move.
Thank you. Jonathan?
Madam Chair, I actually oppose that amendment, and in fact I'd proposed a deletion of clause 3, which is the object. By good practice nowadays, the long title of the bill which is provided is more comprehensive and adequate. If we limit ourselves to the objectives proposed here, first of all, it's a bit repetitive, and when it comes to interpretation in future, the interpretation will be limited to the scope of the objective, and yet under the long title it says unrelated matters, which allows it to be open. Secondly, I am opposing it on the basis of that word animal health. This whole law is about regulating the conduct of professionals engaged in veterinary service. It actually has nothing to do with animal health and or welfare for that matter. So I would like to reject it first and probably propose that we delete 3 and rely on the long title instead.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, we agreed with the committee with the amendment, and I have consulted the Attorney General. He has no objection.
Yes, Osman.
Chair, I want to associate myself with the submission of my brother to have this provision deleted. Chair, ideally, the object of an act, over and above it being repetitive, is ideally not justiciable. So it is redundant. I want to beseech the chairperson and the minister that you be pleased to have this deleted, because it may not add value and it has the effect of actually limiting the overall application of your bill, and besides, it is not a justiciable issue. Nobody goes to court, for example, to challenge or to make a case on the basis of objects of a bill, as limited as they are.
Honorable Minister, when you look at the long title, it says an act to provide for the regulations.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, I concede.
Thank you. So we are deleting clause 3. Clause 3, not 2. Yes.
I concede, Right Honorable Chair.
I put a question that clause 3 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Honorable members, that clause was redundant. It's covered, it's looked at in the long title. Clause 4. Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, the proposal is to redraft subclause 3 to read as follows. The provisions
Clause
of
4.
this act.
Redraft clause 4. Yes. 3 or 4? 4. Okay.
Clause 4, the proposal is to redraft subclause 3 to read as follows. The provisions of this act relating to licensing shall apply to veterinary practitioners in the public and private veterinary practice in the conduct of their duties. The justification is the provision as it is leaves out veterinary practitioners in the public service from being issued licenses to provide veterinary services. And yet it is essential that all veterinary practitioners in both public and private sectors are licensed by the council and subject to legal disciplinary actions for any professional misconduct. I beg to move.
Yes.
Particularly from the minister, whether there is no mechanism within the associations, the bodies of veterinary and the government for checking on the professional conduct of their staff. Because like for us in accounts.
Are you making an amendment to
I'm seeking a clarity from the minister. For us, the accountants, there is a mechanism for checking. If you go off the lane, you are brought back the lane.
Is that in relation to clause?
Yes, in relation,
clause
yes.
4? Please.
I think to respond to what Honorable Algon is asking, the accountants profession came to where we are after the Accountants Act of 2013. Actually, what this law will establish is that mechanism you are asking for. And if you had what the chairperson proposed, the chairperson is saying, can we have a framework that regulates veterinary practitioners both in public and in private? Yes, I think I needed to clarify this. Thank you.
Jonah?
Madam Chair, the spirit of the amendment by the chairperson is captured in subclause 1. The moment you read subclause 1, that this act applies to every person who engages or intends to engage in veterinary practice in Uganda. You don't have to mention whether public or private. So subclause 2 and 3 actually falls off automatically. What's
For avoidance of doubt, I see no harm for us taking clause 3, subclause 3, as the chair is proposing.
In subclause 3, the intention was to exempt public, veterinary practitioners in public offices. So the chair is saying that it's discriminative. So we delete it so that it applies to whether you're in private or government. You are still a veterinary practitioner. So when you look at subclause 1 and you say every person who intends, it means that 2 and 3 are actually not necessary now.
It is actually covered. It is actually covered in subclause 1. It is covered.
Chair. Or veterinary.
You know now when you go back and look at the interpretation clause, a veterinary practitioner means veterinary surgeon, veterinary specialist, or veterinary paraprofessional registered in accordance with this act.
Chair.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Chair, I think it is important for us to be very specific on this issue. And I want to draw examples from our own profession, the legal profession. Chair, in the legal profession, state attorneys don't require practicing certificates to appear before court. They don't. Those of us in private practice actually have to get practicing certificates every year. So I think it is important when the chair talks about both private and public, it is important to be very specific, because what does that mean? Are you saying veterinary practitioners in the public service will not be licensed every year? Is that what you want to mean? That you want to exempt them from the annual licenses? Or you actually want to license them the way those in private practice are licensed? So it's really important to create that clarification. And I think you need to draw it along those lines.
Chair, I agree with council, and you actually wanted to oppose the amendment of the chair and move along the line of the council, because all veterinary practitioners must register with the council, but only those in private veterinary practice are required to pay and obtain license. Clause 5, 16, 17, and 18. So I would agree with, yes? So I agree with council, and also want to respond to honorable member who asked whether there was a mechanism. Yes, there is. The veterinary board has been doing exactly that.
Honorable members, when you look at this clause, 1 is on practice, 2 is on registration, 3 is on licensing. Honorable Minister, so what is the amendment you're bringing? How do you want it to read?
The amendment should read that the provision of this act relating to licensing shall apply to veterinary practitioners in public and private veterinary practice in the conduct of their duties, and only those in private veterinary practice are required to pay and obtain license.
Isn't that discrimination where you want only the private one to pay? Asuman, can you make amendment as you had said?
Yes, we have.
You see, when you're licensing for both private and public. Or even
Chair.
that's when you're licensing, even when you're registering, it is for both.
No, Chair, maybe we need to distinguish between registration and licensing. Ideally, all veterinary practitioners.
Get for us how it should look like.
Or let me think about it, maybe as we. But the point I was making,
Provision.
Chair, the point I was making is that we must distinguish between registration and licensing. Registration is for everybody.
Honorable Asumani, that's why they're in different sub-rules, sub-clauses. Sub-clause 1 is talking about registration for everybody. Sub-clause 2 is talking about registration. Sub-clause 3 is on licensing. Yes. Yes.
Chair, I'm a little worried about the impact of this law. Why? In our villages, we have people who have not even obtained any qualification in school, but they are helping. The import of this law is that all those people have to subject themselves to the regulations herein. So I wanted the minister to clarify to us how we shall handle such people, such that we can address ourselves to the specific clauses of the law and how it will appear apply to our people, since we are now talking about application. I want to know.
We are talking about licensing.
No, we are not talking about just like we're on 4, which talks about application of the act. And clause 1 says this act shall apply to every person who engages or intends to engage. And that is where I'm addressing myself. How do we deal with, how does the law deal with that, such people?
And honorable members, some of these things will come in the regulations, like the licensing.
Chair, I wanted the House to first appreciate the principle we are discussing. I will use the example of a driving license. Here, the proposal by the minister and what is in the law is that a government driver does not need a driving license. That's the same spirit here. That's what you are proposing. That you are all drivers, but now the one that drives a government vehicle should not have a license and therefore is not subject to renewal. What the chair proposed in the amendment was that these are all people, they should not be discriminated against. Whether you are driving for government or private, you need a license. And that's why the chair proposed that we should actually delete and say both people working for government public service and in the private sector must obtain the annual license. And then my argument was, if we agree on that principle, then we can see how to propose the amendment. If we take the proposal by the chairperson, then subclause 2 and 3 actually falls out. We just delete because then 1 will take care of it. If we reject the proposal and say we protect the people who work for government not to be subject to the licensing regime, and yet this is a very highly regulated sector. We are talking about provision of animal health services. So they must be held to a high standard. If you don't license them annually, they may not be able to do the work. That's the principle I wanted.
And when you talk about deletion of 2 and 3, that would mean this act applies to every person who engages. Engaging now in this term means you're registering, you're licensing. Honorable Minister, let's first hear from the Minister.
Thank you, thank you, Chair. Colleagues, we are referring to people of the same profession. And actually, the input of Honorable Asumani fits with our position. The way we've been doing it is that once the veterinary surgeon or veterinary practitioners, when they are they registered practice, but they pay licenses annually. And what we are trying to say is that yes, those in government will be registered, but they will not be compelled to pay licenses. That's what we wanted. That's how it is, because they are already implementing. They are employed by government. They are public officers. Whether you say they pay, it's still the government which is going to pay for them. So we would like to say that all veterinary practitioners must register with the council, but only those in private veterinary practice are required to pay and obtain license.
Dr. Ruyonga. Doctor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like it related to the medical profession. The license is for all the practitioners. But for the private, they have to pay for the operational license. Because it's private, and they pay a fee for that. Thank you.
Now, the licensing is for everybody. Listen, if you refer to what he's saying, the licensing is for everybody, but operational, for you to be able to operate. Not so. Isn't that what you're saying?
For the private, it's like a business. So they have to pay a fee.
Yes. Let me hear from Honorable.
Madam Chair, I do agree entirely with what the Minister has proposed here, and I do not buy the proposal to delete any of these provisions under Clause 4, because one is simply stipulating application.
Each of them has.
Then you're only trying to validate the scope. But two is emphasizing that all practitioners must register. And then the second one is talking about licensing those in private practice. For government, and I think this is the practice even in medical, like the doctor has said, those who are in public, working for government, really there should be no need of them paying for license. Because they're already working for government. As long as they register, because registration is the bar as a regulatory mechanism.
Madam Chair, first look at the definition of a veterinary practitioner so that we can make sense of it. It is defined, as you have said, means a veterinary surgeon, veterinary specialist, veterinary paraprofessional registered in accordance with this act. So when you come under 4 and you say that the provision of this act relating to registration apply to veterinary practitioners, you have already said the veterinary practitioner is the person registered. So this is like double registration here.
No, what we are saying now, the issue here is now on the application of the act. On the application of the act, where we are talking about registration and licensing, who is supposed to pay? Aru.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the opportunity. Chair, I think we are confusing two things. There is the practicing license. These veterinaries get registered, but annually they are supposed to pay a practicing license. Now, it's not only a mere fact of giving a license. When you go to renew your license, they check on your credibility. How have you been performing? Now, should we leave civil servants from being checked on how they are performing, and we engage the private practitioners on how they are performing? I think that would not be fair. So let us separate between a practicing licensing and a trading licensing. I think that's where we're having the confusion from. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, taking from what has already submitted and what we are agreeing upon, that both private and public practitioners need to be licensed, I propose that we add a 4th sub-clause under 4, now to take care of only the private, which is about the operational or trading license, such that it's only now for private. But as far as licensing is concerned,
the trading license is catered for under another clause. It's catered for. Let's
Chair, I thank you.
Let's press this clause, clause 3.
Let's let's set the principle straight. Chair, I am a commissioner for oaths. I'm also a notary public. But magistrates, and every year, I have to get a commissioner for oaths license. I pay for it. But a magistrate will commission your documents without that license. In fact, they use a Latin maxim, a Latin term called virtute officii, by virtue of their office. Now, when you're a public officer, there are entitlements. There are entitlements that move with being a public officer. One of those entitlements, Chair, relate to exemptions of this nature. And I'm telling you, it happens in the legal profession. I have already told you. So what we need to sort here, Chair, is one, do we want veterinary officers or practitioners in public offices to be annually licensed or not? That's one. Now, if we are talking about having them to be licensed every year, then we go by the proposal of the chairperson. But if we are saying that since they are public officers, the requirement of annual licensing should not apply or should be exempted, then we should maintain the provision in the bill as proposed by the minister. So, Chair, I think the House should only agree on those two elements. Licensing for private and licensing for licensing should apply to all or not. And for me, let's focus the debate on that aspect. And Chair, if the House agrees, then we will help with the drafting once we agree on the principle.
What the minister wants is what it is. And that is what Attorney General has agreed. That the bill stands as it is. That is what is required. Honorable members, I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Clause 5.
Right, Honorable Chair. The proposal is to amend subclause 2.
Clause 5.
Right, Honorable Chair. On clause 5, the proposal is to amend subclause 2 by substituting 5 years with 3 years. The justification: registration soon after attaining the relevant qualification will ensure uptake and scaling up of registration by practitioners. I beg to move.
Honorable Minister.
No objection.
Honorable Olanya.
Madam Chair, looking at the original clause is more meaningful. Let it be for 5 years. And the moment you reduce to a shorter time, Madam Chair, it means anybody will not follow what the profession is. So it's very important, let the person go for 5 years. And then after 5 years, if the person fails to be licensed, and then the person is allowed to go back either to sit for the exams. But reducing to 3 years, Madam Chair, I really feel let it remain the 5 years.
It is actually not an exam for a qualification. It is an exam for registration. Yes, the issue of the time. We are looking at the time.
Chair, we want to understand from both the committee and the minister the rationale.
You know, if you're not registered for 5 years, then you rust.
No, Chair, I need some clarification. What is the rationale for
3 years?
For the 3 or 5 years when I have studied, I have graduated, an academic institution has certified me as a graduate. Why are you conditioning me?
But you need to know that it does not take away your qualification. Now, do you practice before? Can you practice after becoming a lawyer?
Chair,
without going to LDC?
No, I think these two are different, and that's why I wanted to find out. The two are different, that's why I wanted to find out. The university has cleared me, and you are saying I should take 5 years to be registered. What happens in between? How am I going to practice or apply my knowledge without breaking the law? But I'm particularly, Chair, you did ask about the legal profession, and let me provide.
But I'm also telling you that maybe the justification for the 3 years, not 5, is in medicine. There are a lot of changes. The sicknesses come from nowhere for animals, new innovations that come up. So you don't need a longer time. First of all, it's a risky thing. Let me hear from a doctor. Let me hear from a doctor.
Thank you, Chair.
I think we are. Which doctor?
We are not fully understanding. I think we're not fully understanding what is being referred to here. Is saying the time within which you have to apply for registration, and it says within. Here it was giving within 5 years, so it could be 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. But after 5 years, it expires. Now, what is being proposed is that within 3 years. So you can apply within the first year, second year, or even third year. But after third year, then it has expired. Then you have to receive.
To renew.
Yes.
So what is your suggestion? Are you okay with the 3?
So the proposal is okay.
Now let me talk to doctors.
So the proposal from the chair is okay. You're giving a shorter period, because when you give a longer period for them to apply, then you're also meaning that they could be practicing as quacks.
Honorable members, I put a question that clause 5.
Chair, on clause 5. First of all, before we come to clause 5, Madam Chair, I wanted to propose the drafting of the entire bill might confuse us. If you look at part 4, from clause 28, because clause 5 is now introducing certain things like the word council, and yet we are going to establish the council quite ahead. What happens if we actually don't establish that council, or if we change certain things from the council? So I wanted to propose that if it were possible, we could have stood over, because modern drafting is that where you're establishing a body that is going to regulate it, you come first immediately. So we could have dealt with part 4, which is 28, before we come to this, because here you are now giving council powers. That's the first point I wanted to make. But if it doesn't augur well, I am okay. But the second point I want to ask Madam Chair is this definition or the use of the word.
Honorable Chair, have you got what the member is raising?
Yes.
Because now we are legislating in anticipation that the House will approve the word council.
Because we might change
28.
to board, we might change to committee or something else. Yeah.
Clause 28.
Yeah. The second point I wanted to raise is that we have under clause 5.1 these definitions or these persons: veterinary surgeon, veterinary specialist. Those two I don't have any problem with. But this veterinary paraprofessional, the use of the word professional here would even connote that they are actually above the specialists and the surgeons. In other practices, these are actually either veterinary aides, veterinary assistants, veterinary nurses, or veterinary attendants. Once you introduce and put here paraprofessional veterinary, it connotes that they actually even have a higher qualification than the surgeon and the specialist. So if we approve them here as it is,
Honorable Member, I want to refer you to interpretation. The veterinary professional means a veterinary practitioner who is registered to practice veterinary medicine under the direct or general supervision of the veterinary surgeon.
Order. Madam Chair, that is the gist of my.
I thought you're a professional. You'd understand.
Madam Chairperson, the practice here has been to deal with issues of definition and interpretation at the end. Honorable Counsel, even in his previous submission, was referring to a definition, issues that we were supposed to deal with at the end. Is he in order to continue referring to definitions which we are supposed to deal with at the end of the bill?
Honorable members.
Chair.
Honorable members, we are taking the 3 years that have been proposed by the minister. I put a question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5 as amended.
I put a question that clause 5 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Clause 6. You know, it is not a norm that interpretation comes later, last. Incidentally, interpretation is clause 2. It is clause 2 of the bill. So it is not that it is always the last. Yes, clause 6.
Right, Honorable Chair. On clause 6, the proposal is to amend the provision. The proposal is to amend the provision in subclause 1A by substituting the words an East African Community Partner State with the word Uganda. The justification: blanket recognition of veterinary practitioners from East African partner states will disadvantage veterinary practitioners from Uganda in the field of veterinary practice, since the mutual recognition agreement to allow veterinary practitioners from East African member states to practice across borders is not yet in place. Then in subclause 4, by replacing the words "health prescribed by regulations" with the words "health set out in Schedule 5. The justification is to clearly specify the oaths of veterinary surgeons and veterinary paraprofessionals within the Act. I beg to move.
Is it Schedule 2 or Schedule 5?
I think it is Schedule 2, Madam Chair.
And then 5. I don't see Schedule 5.
Schedule 5 is a new insertion.
It is a new insertion. Yes.
As she's searching for the schedule, Madam Chair, I have a concern. Number one, as we speak, as Uganda, we are leading in promoting the integration, the deepening, the widening, tightening of East Africa as what? A region. Number two, if my animal is sick
and there is a vet coming from Tanzania passing by, should I wait to get the one who is coming from Uganda to treat it and let the animal die? So I would therefore think, this is for debate. And that's why I love this house. It's a house of debate. We exchange ideas. So I would think it's only proper that we allow the forces of demand and supply. If you're a quality doctor, then you will treat my animal. Yes. So local content should be applied to other issues, but not these issues of veterinary. That is my view. Now they want to talk.
So we should have only Uganda. Which clause? Which clause? Which clause? Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, our original proposal was actually based on that as champions of integration. However, all the acts of our neighbors are not aligned to EAC.
I'm not talking about East Africa.
So it is for this House to decide whether we just stand ourselves. Yes, but that was the spirit of the bill. But the committee had a point. And in consideration of the committee, we considered.
Honorable members, I want you to look at clause 9. Clause 9 says temporary registration. A person may apply to the council for temporary registration. That person, if that person is not a citizen of the partner states of East African Community and intends to engage in veterinary practice in Uganda. Now that B, if that person possesses a qualification from an institution in jurisdiction other than an institution from the partner states of East African Community. Can I hear from the diplomat?
Madam Chair, the provision you have just read, reading it backward, the import of the earlier one is actually what prompts the provision of 9. Madam Chair, I have been told by the chairperson that they compared with the laws in other East African partner states. And I'm told they don't cater for East African. But I would also like to remind this House, Madam Chair, that Uganda has stood out as a champion of the integration. Number 2, Madam Chair, we have had this country, Uganda, championing harmonizing laws in respect of integration. For example, if you look at the East African Safety and Standardization Act, it was championed by this House in the 9th Parliament, even when Kenya and Tanzania were devoid of that. Madam Chair, we are talking about running towards mutual recognition agreements so that we can manage transboundary diseases. Those of you who come from Isingiro, from Karamoja, we have transboundary diseases which we must manage as a country. And therefore, we would like to propose that we continue to stand out as champions of the integration by providing for the East African legislation. And therefore, propose that it stays.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Chair. I am happy finally I've caught your eye. The previous two. Thank you. No, this particular one, right
First,
on.
apologize.
I apologize. This clause, right honorable chair,
You
is
bring
about.
water for Wilson. Continue.
Thank you, thank you. This clause is about registration for veterinary specialists, qualification for veterinary surgeons. We already have, as East Africa, protocol on labor, especially professional labor. But each country holds their profession under standards. East African lawyers, you have to be a lawyer first in Kenya, qualified to practice in Kenya, for you to be able to practice in Uganda.
You deserve water here.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have first to qualify to be a veterinary surgeon in Uganda under the Ugandan standards for you to be able to apply elsewhere.
So what is your amendment?
My amendment to this is that we go
with the committee.
With the committee.
Thank you. Honorable members, a chair, a minister.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Chair, as I mentioned earlier, the spirit for which the original bill was actually as champion of East Africa. However, some lawyers advised that we could generate a mutual recognition agreement between the parties. And once this was introduced, then we considered with the committee to put on Uganda, and then we can proceed with a mutual recognition agreement between states. But otherwise, we are opening our labor industry to foreigners.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the committee. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6 as amended.
I put a question that clause 6 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Clause 7, Chair.
Right Honorable Chair. On clause 7, the proposal is to amend subclause 2 by replacing the word may with shall. Justification: to compel the council to register the applicant once satisfied that the applicant meets the requirements for registration. I beg to move.
Minister. Sorry.
Madam Chair, we have no objection to the amendment.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 7 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7 as amended.
I put a question that clause 7 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Clause 8. Clause.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think we are legislating in anticipation because when you look at clause 7, 8, 9, we are talking about the council. By the establishment of this council, it is under clause 28, as Honorable Odul talked about.
Council is not a new word. We are in all the legislations that we've had in this house. The word council is not imported from another language. It is not an import. Council will always have a council.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Chair, the proposal on clause 8 is to amend the provision in subclause 1 by substituting the words a partner state of East African Community with the word Uganda. The justification is consequential. Then another proposal is to insert a new subclause after subclause 2 to read as follows. A person registered by the council under this section shall swear or affirm the oath set out in Schedule 5 and shall be entitled to have his or her name entered in the register. Justification to specifically cater for the oath of veterinary paraprofessionals, which shall be prescribed in a new schedule, Schedule 5. I beg to move.
Thank you. Honorable Minister Lee.
Chair, earlier on I raised an issue, and when you referred to the definition of paraprofessional, I thought this clause should be able to address my concern. We have people in the villages who have not gone past post-secondary schools, but they are helping. They seem not to be catered for, and I'm worried. Chair, I'm worried that if we do not cater for them, we will not have services. An example is VHTs. They have not gone to any school, but they are helping. They are helping government.
But those are para.
So, if you look at the definition of who qualifies for a paraprofessional, that way leaves them out. For example, they must have successfully completed a post-secondary training. They should have gone through many trainings which does not exist. Therefore, if we go by this, we will have a law which has serious implications for Ugandans. Honorable Minister, I wanted to suggest you come up with a middle ground. What we are doing now is to ring fence this thing for some people, and I see many Ugandans suffer.
Madam Chair and honorable colleagues, in the definition, those actually operate under the supervision of highly qualified persons who have been described in the law at the beginning. Veterinary surgeon, yes. So they are actually adequately covered.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just wanted to give clarification. This is a veterinary practitioners bill, which will become an act. Just like we have the Uganda Medical and Dental Practitioners Council. The VHTs are not part of this council.
No, they are
so
not.
they don't fall under that.
They are not.
So I think what the honorable member is talking about, they don't even fall under the paraprofessionals that we are talking about here. That can be covered under a different policy. So let us focus on the veterinary doctors, surgeons, and other para-vets, just like we have under the Uganda Medical and Dental Practitioners Council, the doctors and the dental surgeons. So that is just the clarification.
If I could just clarify.
It's like including the traditional birth attendants in the medical and
Chair, the VHTs are now even administering drugs. They give you...
Honorable members, I put a question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8 as amended.
I put a question that clause 8 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, on clause 9, the proposal is to amend subclause 1A by substituting the words "is not a citizen of a partner state of the East African Community" with the words "is not a citizen of Uganda." Justification to broaden the scope of the provision to cater for other foreign practitioners to register for temporary veterinary practices in Uganda. I beg to move.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair and the colleagues, this is a constitutional amendment. We have no objection.
I put a question that clause 9 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9 as amended.
I put a question that clause 9 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Clause 10. I put a question that clause 10 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Clause 11, Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, the proposal is to amend subclause 1 by inserting the words within 30 days from the date of receipt of the application at the end of the provision. Justification: to provide a time frame within which the council should consider and communicate the decision to the applicant in order to avoid any abuse of the process. Yes. I beg to move.
Minister.
Madam Chair and colleagues, we don't agree. What if the council cannot take a decision within 30 days? We propose that it should be replaced with as soon as practicable, and in any case, not later than 60 days from the date of receipt of the application. Yes, 60 days.
60 days. We are replacing 1 month to 2 months.
Yes.
2 months?
Yes.
Are we going with this 2 months or 60 days?
2 months, Madam Chair.
Make the amendment.
60 days. Eh? We propose that be replaced with as soon as practicable, and in any case not later than 60 days from the date of receipt of the application.
Now, as soon as practicable makes it redundant. Let's just put 60 days. Yes. So you may remove the, the redundant part and put the 60 days. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, make the amendment.
The council shall consider an application for registration and shall communicate its decision to the applicant within 60 days.
Of the receipt of the application?
Yes, from the receipt of the application.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the Minister of Agriculture. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11 as amended.
I put a question that clause 11 be amended as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, the proposal is to amend subclause 1 by substituting the word may with shall. Justification: to compel the council to register the applicant once satisfied that the applicant meets the requirements for registration. I beg to move.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, that takes away the powers of the council. And we really object. We want to maintain may.
Where the council is satisfied, shall. There is no power that is being taken over. It may, please, Honorable Minister. He wants to speak to it. Your colleague.
Madam Chair, I think I do appreciate the fear of my honorable colleague, but that fear is taken away by the word where the council is satisfied.
Yes.
I think that puts everything to rest. Because then why would you be satisfied and then you don't want to? I think that's the import of that word. So I want to persuade my colleague to agree that the fear has been taken away by the word once we're satisfied. Then just simply, I persuade you.
I concede, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I put a question that clause 12 stand.
Particular one, there may be cases where the council claims they are not satisfied, and yet me as the applicant, I think I've met the requirements. In that case, I should have an opportunity to appeal that decision. I don't know where it has been taken care of.
That's another clause.
Okay.
I put a question that clause 12 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Clause 12 as amended.
I put a question that clause 12 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Clause 13.
Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, the proposal is to amend clause 13 2C by substituting the words "in good order" with "in accordance with the guidelines issued by the Council." Justification is to avoid ambiguity. The use of the term "good order" is subjective and can easily cause confusion in the mind of the reader. I beg to move.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
We have no objection.
I put a question that clause 13 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Clause 13 as
I put
amended.
a question that clause 13 as amended stands part of the question of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Clause 14.
Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, the proposal on clause 14 is to amend the provision as follows: by deleting the words registered, suspended or, and suspension or, and by creating another subclause to cater for suspensions, and redraft the provision to read as follows: a veterinary practitioner whose certificate of registration for purposes of this Act A is suspended shall not operate within the period of suspension. Or B is cancelled shall be taken not to be registered from the date of cancellation of the certificate of registration. Justification: deletion of the word registered is because it is repetitive. The term veterinary practitioner is defined to mean persons registered under the Act. Suspension of a certificate should not have the same implication as cancellation. I beg to submit.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair and colleagues, we are in agreement with the amendment.
I put a question that clause 14 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Clause 14 as amended.
I put a question that clause 14 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
Clause 15.
Madam Chair, as we handle clause 15, if my name, if the registration has been recalled, why can't we have this person immediately removed from the register by the council? No, I'm talking of cancellation. This is the item I wanted to raise under clause 14 before you put the question.
Committee's drafting is very, very okay. Very okay. Clause 15.
Right Honorable Chair, the proposal is to amend clause 15.2 by replacing the fine of 150 currency points with the 350 currency points, and the term of imprisonment of 1 year with 5 years. Justification to make the penalty more deterrent. I beg to move.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, honorable colleagues, we are in agreement.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I in clause 2, the person who uses a title referred to in subsection 1, which he or she is not entitled to use. Why don't we use, is not qualified to use, not entitled?
That's clause 2. A person who uses a title referred to in this subsection 1, which he or she is not entitled to use, commits an offense. Yes, the one who calls himself a doctor. Clause 1. I wanted you first to. Yes?
You see, the concept entitlement covers even those who have got it honorary. If we use qualified, we have ruled out those who may have used it because it is a honorary award. So the concept of entitlement is the better. It will encompass even those others.
That even new people get PhDs online. So Professor is on a spot on that you must be entitled. Not with our cause, really veterinary. You see, Busia does not have.
Chair, this clause confers upon those qualified the titles of a veterinary surgeon or a veterinary specialist. The name the doctor is optional. In here it says they may if they wish, but the one that they are entitled to or qualified is a veterinary surgeon or veterinary specialist. In 2A it says they may, which is optional in case they want to use. So I actually agree with the proposal by the committee. I think takes care.
Yes. I put a question that clause 15 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 15 as amended.
I put a question that clause 15 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
16. Honorable Chair, after this I want to know how many of your members of agriculture are in the house. It is only the chair. I want to know the list. I want to get the list of the members of agriculture. I see the chair and the deputy. All the other ones will pick warning letters in my office tomorrow. They must pick their letters tomorrow. You can't pass a bill when you're not in the house. So where are you? You're lobbying for seats, you're doing all this. All your members who are not in the house must pick their warning letters. And Professor, I want to know how many chairpersons of committees are in the house. Give me the list of chairpersons. Next.
Clause 16.
16.
Thank you. Right Honorable Chair, The proposal is to amend the provision as follows. In subclause 1, by deleting the words other than a public veterinary practitioner. It is a consequential amendment. Then in subclause 3, by increasing the term of imprisonment from 2 years to 5 years. This is to make the penalty more deterrent. Then in subclause 4, by replacing a fine of 10 currency points in respect of each day on which the contravention continues with a fine not exceeding 700 currency points. And the provision should read as follows. In the case of continuous contravention following a conviction under subsection 3, that person shall be liable to an additional penalty not exceeding 700 currency points. The justification is to allow punishment for continuous offenders to be more punitive and deterrent. I beg to submit.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, as earlier argued, the first amendment of deleting other than public veterinary practitioners, the provision requires veterinary practitioners in public service to obtain licenses, which is contrary to the norm. Government does not pay for its licenses for its employees. So the first amendment, we are not in agreement. The rest of the amendment, we are in agreement with the committee.
Which one? The committee. Yes. The minister does not want the 700 flat. He has to condition it like that. So that the longer you practice, the more severe.
Honorable members, the one the minister has an issue is on 4. In the case of continuous contravention following a conviction under this subsection 3, that person shall be liable to an additional penalty of 10 currency points in respect of each day. The committee is saying 700 flat rate. The minister is saying 10 currency points each day on which the contravention continues.
No. Madam Chair. Madam Chair, because I want to make
Let's
a
first
clarification.
sort out this 4.
Clarification on 16.1.
16.1.
She was proposing to delete other than a public veterinary practitioner. And I'm saying we must maintain. The justification is that the provision requires veterinary practitioners in public services to obtain licenses, which is contrary.
Honorable Minister, that is consequential.
Yes.
You can't delete it. Yes. Now 4. Yes.
Madam Chair, may I have an issue about the agreement? You see, Madam Chair, as we make this law and the minister comes on the floor to emphasize, we must also put something, we clean the house. Madam Chair, I want to borrow the leaf from Bugabula. In Bugabula, the cows that we get treated may have no veterinary doctor. None of them is a vet doctor. These are people who learned treating and injecting when they were on farms. Now, Madam Chair, you are bringing a law when you don't have them. Madam Chair, before we say we want to imprison people for 3 years and 5 years.
You won't tell me you don't have a vet doctor in the district?
The district has one vet doctor who is an old man, Madam Chair. In Bugabula, we don't have. We are crying and cows are dying. So, Madam Chair, as we put the punishment of imprisoning people, what have we done to make sure these people are available and they are there before we even imprison them? Otherwise, we shall first subject the cows to death, and these people will fear to do anything.
But even these people who are treating our cows when they are not qualified, kill our cows. They are killing our cows.
They are the Mulerwas who are there, Madam Chair. These
Actually,
people have failed
Honorable Morris does not even have a goat. So he doesn't know the pain of losing a cow. He does not know the pain of losing a cow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as you rightly said it, perhaps Morris may not be having a goat, but I have cows. Madam Chair, the truth is that in our area, I think this area has not attracted professionals. We don't have them, either because we don't have many cows in our area.
Exactly.
But so therefore the punishment that is being put across in the law is not fair to our people who have been actually helping our communities.
Thank you for the information. Madam Chair, I've written letters. Madam Chair, I've written letters to the district requesting for those vet officers and vet doctors, but they are not available. So maybe the minister should go and answer and tell us.
Honorable members, the law is very good for some of us. And I lost the cows because I gave somebody who claimed to be a doctor, and he was not, and I lost my very beautiful cows. Honorable Wang, now these are cattle keepers talking. I'm also one of you.
First of all, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to begin by thanking the Minister of Agriculture and the committee. Colleagues, we must accept that there's a reason why we went to school. And we must accept that there's a reason when you go to school, you specialize in a certain area. It's like now you're telling me we should continue allowing quack doctors to treat our people. Really? I lost 80 cows in my kraal. 80. How much money did I lose? And we are here talking about saying we should allow such impunity to continue. No, and I was paying this quack person additional money. You can imagine you're paying him money. He has made you to lose your cows. What are we talking about here? So for me, there must be punitive punishment for these people who masquerade. So for me, actually, if you're talking about 3 years, I would even propose that let's have 10.
Honorable Agriculture, are you okay with the amendment of the committee?
I'm very much pleased with the amendment.
The amendment in 4, what about in 1? In 1, we maintain it as it is.
As it is, and the rest as amended.
Once 700. With the committee.
Honorable members, I put a question that clause 16(1) stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. I put a question, honorable members, I put a question that clause 16(4) be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. 4 and 3. The ayes have it.
I'll put a question on the clause as a whole.
Clause 16 as amended.
I put a question that clause 16 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
17. Clause 17.
Right Honorable Chair, the proposal is to amend subclause 1 by deleting the word private. It is a consequential amendment. I beg to move.
Minister.
Madam Chair, honorable members, we have no objection. We are okay.
Honorable members, 17. Yes, you're bad. Let it respond. Clause 17, I put a question that clause 17 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17 as amended.
You know, the amendment is in a way that if you are a practitioner, you should not hold it. You know, these people go into their private things. I put a question that clause 17 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17 as amended.
Clause 18.
Clause 18.
I put a question that clause 18 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. I put a question that clause 18 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
I put a question that clause 19 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
I put a question that clause 20 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 21.
Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, the proposal is to amend the provision in subclause 1 by replacing the words veterinary surgeon, veterinary specialist, or veterinary paraprofessional with the veterinary practitioner, and amend to reflect the same amendment throughout the bill. The justification, the word veterinary practitioner has been defined to include all the three categories of veterinary practitioners, that is veterinary surgeons, veterinary specialists, or veterinary paraprofessionals. Then in subclause 4, by deleting the words subject to subsection 5, the justification is for clarity and proper chronological order and to avoid subjecting a provision to a later provision. I beg to move.
Santa.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Chair. Madam Chair, I want a clarification from the chair of the committee why she's suggesting to replace veterinary practitioner with veterinary surgeon, specialist, and veterinary paraprofessional. I thought veterinary paraprofessional are these people of lower ranks. And now when you bundle them together to mean veterinary professionals, I see a problem in that. Because you cannot make a paraprofessional who is over maybe a certificate holder, and some of these people even examine meat, they are inseminators, and you want to equate it with a surgeon or a specialist. I see a problem in that, Madam Chair.
Maybe you could also read the definition of the veterinary paraprofessionals and practitioners. Read it together before you bring it out. Yes.
Madam Chair, I was actually standing in line with what she has raised.
Now, I've given you a response. Read the interpretation, the meaning of the two.
Much obliged, but if you allow just a second. Madam Chair, it is good to allow people who have qualified fully to have their own title and not mix them with the people who are still on the road to qualification. So I thought that we would take it seriously.
Madam Chair and honorable colleagues, I really don't know the drafting language properly, but the original bill as it stands before amendment, we were actually taking concerns of those honorable colleagues. But now, in the regulations, the para vet, by regulation, they must work under those, and those may be in private, those who have been named, and they may be both in public and private. So we need to be guided by, I get you, but they are not supposed to. But in practice, the para will always work under a veterinary surgeon who is qualified, either under a person holding a diploma. And I think this can be covered in regulation.
Madam Chair, my proposal will be we single out and revert to the original opposition. Define these teams, I mean the terms one by one. Paralegals, deal with them separately. The practitioners, I mean the other ones, so that it is clear. It is clear.
Let's have Dr. Ruyonga.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think in that we can add
There's a doctor there.
a registered veterinary practitioner instead of leaving it blank.
Pardon?
A registered veterinary practitioner on the last word. Then the part has to be removed somewhere, you know. But registered veterinary practitioner, then para may have to be removed because it's not, for them they are not registered. They are not professionals.
Honorable members, I want to refer you to the bill, the original bill. A veterinary surgeon, veterinary specialist, or veterinary para-professional licensed under this act is entitled to engage in private veterinary practice and to demand, sue for and recover reasonable charges for professional advice, visit and any other services, and the value for all the veterinary appliances or material or substances supplied by him or her. That is the original. Now, the amendment, the committee is making an amendment in sub-rule 1 of 21 by replacing the word veterinary surgeon, veterinary specialist, or veterinary paraprofessional with veterinary practitioner. Registered yes, Kaso, I mean Kirohora.
Right, Honorable Chair, I actually represent Nyabusozi.
Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you, Right, Honorable Chair. There is proof and justification for having veterinary surgeon, veterinary specialist, different from para-vet. Why? Because this law creates rights, creates accountabilities, creates standards.
And rights.
And rights. Here in this particular one, there are rights. But when it comes, when you hold them, when you bundle them together, then you miss a point that this law is actually supposed to create standards and hold them accountable.
The rights of a surgeon is different from that of a specialist, is different from that of a para-professional.
Chair, what the chair of the committee wanted to cure is just consistency. Either we use veterinary practitioners throughout, or we use the three separate. Because under this sub-clause, under 21, in one, we are using the three differently. But when you go to 2, we have reverted back to veterinary practitioners. So the chair had sought to cure that for consistency. It means if we retain the 3 under 1,
and then when we come in 3, you go back to what was in 1.
Exactly. So either we choose to use the 3 or we go to veterinary
Let's
practitioners.
let's use the 3. Honorable members, let's use the 3. And in 2, we also amend in 2 to mention the 3. Instead of throughout, we'll use the 3.
Amepara. Chair, you see in legislative drafting, once you have made
Actually, when you look at the practitioner, veterinary practitioner means a veterinary surgeon, a veterinary specialist, a veterinary paraprofessional registered in accordance with this act.
And Chair, that's the point I wanted to make. That you see, once we have defined, there is no reason of being repetitive here.
No, but now if we are saying, if we are going to use in one a practitioner, then you should use it throughout.
And Chair, in legislative drafting, once you define by description or by narrative.
So where we have a veterinary surgeon, veterinary specialist, and veterinary paraprofessional,
we
will have
veterinary practitioner.
Registered. But you see now the problem that is coming in is on the rights.
But you see,
the rights that a surgeon has is different from that of a para.
And Chair, that very same clause, you see what a paraprofessional is supposed to do is also highlighted in this law. It is highlighted in this law.
So what is your amendment?
My amendment is that we maintain a veterinary practitioner to cover for the 3. Yes, because that's what is in the definition. This is a veterinary surgeon. A veterinary practitioner has already been defined. Okay? And two, what a paravet is supposed to do is also outlined in this law. There is no contradiction. Hey, why do you want to be repetitive over something you have defined? Yeah.
Madam Chair, just small.
Dokolo.
Madam Chair, just something small. Chair, in addition to what he has just
Dokolo.
Chair, Madam Chair,
Dokolo.
When we put
Dokolo.
Madam
Chair,
Dokolo.
I'm the one who represents Dokolo. Let her wait for 2026. Chair, I was of the view that actually we are all talking about the same thing, but we are talking like the Banyankole. You are not a Munyankole. Sit down.
How do Banyankole speak?
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Order.
Can I clarify?
No, there is an order.
Can I clarify? Yes.
There
No,
is
I
an
want to
order.
clarify first. Before you order me, let me clarify.
Madam Chair. Is it in order, Madam Chair, for Honorable Cecilio Guard to insinuate that Banyankore talk far? Is she in order?
Honorable, maybe because most of the cows come from Ankole, so that's why she's. Yes, Honorable Cecilia.
Exactly that, Chair. Chair, I was saying that the definition has actually clarified the issue. So if we go back to definition, there is no need why we should have conflict in this clause 21. So maybe if we want to change our mind, the chair could guide us to go back to even changing the definition. Because in the definition we have come out with one, but meaning all the three. So I was wondering, that's why, Right Honorable Speaker, to put Professor to peace. You know, with Munyankole, when he's going somewhere and he's very near, he says, Anu, it's very far, but he tells you Anu, Anu, which means very near. He will, and yet the place is very far, but he tells you Anu, Anu, Anu.
Honorable members, can we hear from the chair? Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair and honorable colleagues, the argument of Honorable Basalirwa actually has helped us a lot. Para-vets are also qualified because they are diploma holders. So the amendment of the committee actually is adequate and appropriate.
Do we include the amendment of Dr. Ruyonga, registered?
No. We go with the amendment of the committee.
On veterinary practitioners. Honorable members, I put a question that clause 21 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Let's have it.
Clause 21 as amended.
I put a question that clause 1. I put a question that clause 21 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. It's the ayes have it.
Clause 22.
No. We have passed 22. We have passed. You know, when you're still climbing the mountains, we moved faster.
Committee, because the mandate to compound, prepare, and dispense drugs as per the National Drug Authority Act is only preserved of a pharmacist. And that would require even deleting that 3, by the way. Just to cross-examine it.
(22)
Clause 22.
Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, the proposal is to amend subclause 2 to increase the period of imprisonment from 2 years to 5 years. This is to make it more punitive and more deterrent.
Honorable Minister.
We agree with the amendment.
I put a question that clause 22 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I agree that the ayes have already got it, but we need to understand ourselves. If at a certain time the rating that 350 was equivalent to 2 years, then how comes when we increase the years, we don't also increase the currency points? We need to look
the law
into
is
that.
not cast on stone.
Thank you.
We will amend it.
Clause 22 as amended.
I put a question that clause 22 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Yes, have it.
Clause 23.
I put a question that clause 23 stands part of the bill.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I have an issue on clause 23, 1D, which requires them to provide monthly written report in the prescribed format to veterinary officers. I'm wondering whether monthly is actually feasible in the circumstance that all these practitioners we have mentioned will be filing a monthly report. Why not probably quarterly or even an annual report?
Honorable Jonathan, the disease surveillance needs regular reporting. For instance, today you can have ticks, tomorrow you will have another disease, tsetse flies or whichever. So you actually even 1 month is too much. 1 month is even too much. Next, Honorable Minister. We had already. I put a question that clause 23 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
I put a question that clause 24 stands part of.
Madam Chair, there had been discussions about certain categories of people within the communities that should not be subject to this, and I thought that this is where the proposal should be taken care of. The spirit here is that the minister may exempt certain categories of persons to be able to do certain veterinary activities. That
By regulations.
Yes, by regulations. But my proposal here was that we could just exempt the activities, so that in the law directly, so that we don't disturb the minister. So that all those ones who are traditional veterinarists who can do small incisions and are already taken care of here, because the activities are clear, they are not like complex. So instead of again subjecting it that the minister, everyone should apply to the minister to be exempt.
Check 2. Notwithstanding subsection 1, an exception shall be granted in respect of. Look at them.
Additionally, to support your position, it is easier for a minister to amend regulations than for Parliament to sit to amend the law. So I would agree with the first proposal.
I want to refer you to 24.2, 2A. Honorable Odur, read 24.2A.
Chair, if Bugabula South was very alert, as he is, and Buzaya, and Honorable Onguzuli, and all of us, Section 24 will allow the minister to cater for the situation we are talking about.
The VHTs.
Actually, for the first time, if you read the Public Health Act and all those other pieces of legislation, there is nothing as permissive and flexible as this piece of legislation. Now, we have an opportunity for the minister, through regulations, to offer a leeway to our ordinary people to provide these services that would otherwise be an exclusive preserve for the professionals by granting exemptions. And it's good that the legislation has tried as much as possible to outline those activities where exemption can be applied. So I only hope that the minister, Chair, we were talking about regulations here. I only hope that the minister will now come up very quickly upon the enactment of this law and upon being assented to by my colleague, if he's not busy, upon being assented to, that you come up with the regulations as quickly as possible to make this a reality and to comfort all of us.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 24 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Let's have it. 25.
Clause 25.
Right Honorable Chair, the proposal is to amend subclauses 1, 2, 3, and 4 by replacing the word inspector with veterinary inspector. This is for consistency. Veterinary inspector is more specific, descriptive, and consistent with the interpretation.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
We have no objection to the amendment.
Have you defined the veterinary inspector? You'll have to define it in section 2. I put a question that clause 25 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 25 as
I
amended.
put a question that clause 25 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
I put a question that clause 26 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 27.
I put a question that clause 27 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
I put a question that clause 28 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
I put a question that clause 29 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
30. Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, on clause 30, the proposal is to amend the provision as follows. In subclause 1, by substituting for the words 10 members with 11 members. Justification: for purposes of voting, the membership should be of odd numbers so that when there is a tie, the presiding officer should have a casting vote, as provided for in Schedule 2. And in subclause 2F, by inserting the words Uganda Veterinary immediately before the word association appearing at the end of the paragraph for clarity. In subclause 2G, by inserting the words Uganda Veterinary Paraprofessional immediately before the word association appearing at the end of the paragraph for justification for clarity. In subclause 2H, by replacing paraprofessionals with veterinary practitioners. This is for inclusivity. Other veterinary practitioners other than paraprofessionals also manage aquatic diseases. In subclause 2I, by deleting the words or veterinary paraprofessional to read as follows. I, a wildlife veterinary surgeon nominated by the responsible body. Justification: the training and expertise of veterinary paraprofessionals is inadequate to represent the interests of the wildlife sector on the council. In subclause 2J, by inserting the word veterinary before pharmaceutical industry. This is in order to specify the category of pharmaceutical industry. Then in subclause 2, by inserting a new paragraph K to read as follows. A person in charge of veterinary public health nominated by the ministry responsible for health. Justification: public health veterinarians at the Ministry of Health should be included because they are recruited by the Ministry of Health to handle diseases that affect both humans and animals. Then in subclause 4, by substituting the words veterinary practitioner with the veterinary surgeon. The justification is a veterinary surgeon is holistically trained to cover all aspects of veterinary practice. I beg to move.
Yes,
Chair,
Christine.
yes, thank you, Chair. I am requesting that a representative of the NGOs, especially leading in veterinary services, because they are the ones helping us with the accreditation of the other people below para-professionals, those ones training farmer-to-farm extensionists, we needed to get a representative from that side. On the
Ifel.
Thank you so much. First of all, I pray because of the issues of public expenditure, we reduce the numbers to 9.
709. 709.
We find
yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Madam Chair, I want to entirely agree. 11 is too huge a number for a board. And I would agree that we reduce this. It can be 7 or 9. And I'm looking specifically, Chair, when you look at E, a representative of veterinary surgeons in private practice. And then we still have...
Disagree on the number. They will rearrange within what they have.
Okay,
So
we
how many
agree
are
with
you?
no, mine is 9.
Yours
It is
is
9 because of the complexities.
Dokolo?
Chair, have two issues with this number. One, I would go for 7. I think 7 is generally adopted as a standard membership of the council or board. But more specifically, Chair, the chair of this committee is a lady, and all this lineup, she did not prescribe the percentage of gender representation in the council. And I therefore wish to move that 40%, Chair, I wish to move that 40% of the membership be represented by...
We have a constitutional...
Constitutionally is 30%. But we have now moved from there. African Union has prescribed 50%. So I'm taking a middle ground, which is 40%. I beg to submit.
Tony? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chair, I think we are now looking at trying to have a lean body with the people who are not too crowded to talk too many things and set confusion and bring in issues of deals in anything they are doing. So I think we go by 7 so that we can monitor, they can communicate properly, fast, and have meetings, and accountability can be got from 7 people than from 11 people faster. So let's go by 7. As we are going to rationalization, downsizing, I think we should start.
UBC, inspiring Uganda. Up next on UBC, brought to you by
Airtel. Download Airtel TV to watch and support Ugandan talent on The Voice Africa every Sunday at 8 p.m.
Ifuatayo ni taarifa ya habari na tunatangaza moja kwa moja kutoka mjini Kampala. Naitwa Bella Masangano, na bila kupoteza muda, hii ndo habari ya kwanza. Uganda itaongoza mkutano wa kilele wa siku 2 wa biashara na uwekezaji Afrika Mashariki. Mkutano huo utaangazia kuhusu changamoto zinazokwamisha biashara ya kikanda na kutafuta suluhu kwa changamoto hizo. Vile mkutano huo ambao utaanza kesho unatarajiwa kujadili kuhusu biashara kwa njia ya teknolojia, ubunifu, kuweka sawa masuala ya kodi na kuunga mkono biashara ndogo na za kati kama njia ya kufufua uchumi wa taifa.
We've been grappling with external shocks, COVID, climate change, as well as the recent Russia-Ukraine. But the region has demonstrated a high level of resilience, mainly due to strong engagement between public-private sector engagement. So we will be looking and reflecting in terms of those instruments that has been able to support the region to recover back better. There will be a discussion around digital trade and innovation as a way to boost efficiency and boost total factor productivity. There will be a discussion around SMEs, especially youth and women in trade. And that is very critical as we are trying to harness our demographic dividend. The role of youth and women will be very critical in our recovery agenda. We realize that boosting intra-regional trade provides a platform for enhancing our regional competitiveness and ensure that our region is able to weather the economic shocks. So we want to continue to boost the growth of intra-regional trade, but at the same time accelerating continental free trade.
Abiria wawili wameteketea kwa moto baada ya gari ambayo walikuwa wanasafiria kupinduka na kushika moto katika eneo oevu iliyopo barabara ya Kakumiro Chibale Road wilayani Kakumiro. Wawili hao wanajulikana kwa majina Collins Mugera, meneja wa Eden Resort Hotel, na Sarah Kusima, msimamizi kwenye bar ya Avenue Bar. Walikuwa ndani ya gari hilo aina ya Mercedes Benz yenye namba za usajili UAY 786V. Mkuu wa usalama wa barabarani wilayani humo, Godwin Mwesigwa, amethibitisha kutokea kwa ajali hiyo na kuarifu kuwa wawili hao waliungua kiasi cha sura zao kushindwa kutambulika. Anaendelea kusema kwamba ajali hiyo ilitokea katika eneo la Mijinga katika kijiji cha Chanikana na takriban kilomita moja kutoka mjini Kakumiro saa 8:30 alfajiri. Miili ya marehemu imeondolewa eneo la tukio na kupelekwa katika kituo cha afya cha Kakumiro Health Center kwa uchunguzi. Walioshuhudia ajali hiyo wamearifu kuwa walisikia kishindo baada ya gari hilo kugonga jiwe karibu na barabara hiyo na kusababisha ajali hiyo mbaya. Ukosefu wa chakula unaendelea kubainika katika mkoa wa Karamoja licha ya kwamba mchungaji Robert Kayanja amekuwa akifanya juhudi za kupanda mimea ya chakula katika mkoa huo. Anatoa wito kwa makanisa mengine kumuunga mkono katika swala hilo.
And today, we are going to give you a sack of food, each one of you.
Silage. Sorghum is full of iron, sorghum is full of protein and carbohydrates, and good carbs, by the way, and sugar. So if you can actually extract everything out of the sorghum, it will create the best iron food and for humans as well as for chickens. Each acre, because of the birds, we are looking at not less than 700 kilo per acre. And we believe it will reach 1,000 in certain areas where the birds have not affected. And but the good thing is, because of combined harvesters and good planting tractors and equipment, we are able to pull out probably 99% of the crop, which would not have been possible if we didn't have technology.
Hivi sasa tupate mapumziko machache kutoka studio.
Juko. Yo. Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Haven't you heard of the parish development model, PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, Sebatia. It is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a poultry project, and now things are moving.
Juko. I thought I was one of your friends.
You are.
But you left me behind.
I didn't leave you in poverty. What you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief and start the process of economic transformation. Just like that. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government designed to transform all lives of Ugandans for the better. PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
Kituo cha afya cha haki za binadamu na maendeleo SEHERD kimeandaa mkutano wa mashauriano hasa viongozi wa Islam kujadili afya ya vijana na maslahi na namna ya kuwalinda vijana dhidi ya ukatili wa kingono. Mkutano huo umehudhuriwa pia na mashehe, wawakilishi kutoka Wizara ya Elimu na Michezo, Wizara ya Kazi, Jinsia na Maendeleo ya Kijamii, Hotel Africana. Zaidi ya visa 16,000 vya ukatili wa kingono kwa wanawake na watoto viliripotiwa mwaka 2021, na kati ya hivyo 14,000 vilikuwa vya ulawiti. Waathiriwa wa vitendo hivyo wapatao 11,000 walikuwa ni watoto chini ya umri wa miaka 8. Zaidi ya watoto 3,300 wenye umri chini ya miaka 14 waliathiriwa na ukatili wa kingono pia, huku mahakama ikiwa na mlundiko wa kesi za ubakaji zilizo zaidi ya 5,000 ambazo zinahitaji kushughulikiwa. Na hadi hapo, mtazamaji wa UBC TV, sina la kuongeza ila na kushukuru kwa kuwa nasi katika taarifa hii ya habari.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Did you know that our #1 value as a nation is to respect and protect the environment? With the current population increase of Uganda and industrialization, this has increased pressure on the natural resources, resulting into environmental degradation and global warming. Developing countries like Uganda could face 80% of the global climate change effects by the year 2030 if no action is taken. Join us here on UBC TV, Inspiring Uganda, on our Eco Plus program, where we bring you an in-depth analysis of issues that are disastrous to our environment. Every Wednesday at 7:30 p.m, only on your loved station, the National Broadcaster.
This week on UBC.